Happy, what is today? Sunday. I almost said happy Monday. Happy Sunday, everybody. Captain Coder coming at you. Coming at you on this beautiful Sunday morning for me. I hope you're having a beautiful day wherever you happen to be in the world. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever it happens to be. Thank you so much for being here. We got the whole crew here this morning, folks. Got the whole crew here this morning. One, real quick, folks, congratulations to Retinator for winning this beautiful laser engraved Captain Coder tumbler. I'm gonna be mailing that out to you, Resonator. I don't know if you're here, Resonator, but thank you so much for getting me the information so I can send that out to you. I'm gonna be shipping it out as soon as I can, likely on Tuesday. Likely on Tuesday, my friend. That said, folks, we got a new giveaway. Do you want to win yourself a Captain Coder laser engraved hologram brought to us by the wonderful, the fabulous MMO Pug? MMO Pug has look, folks, this beautiful, where'd the remote go? The remote, what did I do with the remote? Holy cannoli, it's gone. This beautiful, hang on, there's a button I can just click here though. The remote lets you do all kinds of fancy stuff though. Look at this hologram of this Captain Coder hologram. It changes color, it lights up. It keeps you warm at night. This LED, low energy, look, this low energy LED. Look, if you want to, oh, I don't know how to turn it off. Now that it's on forever. If you want to, you don't even have to have it on. Just leave it on the shelf. It'll be a hologram without any energy use there, Draco. But that's okay. If you don't want it, that's okay. You don't have to. Here. I found the remote, folks. Look, the remote. Look at all those buttons. You can set colors. You can set modes. It's amazing. It's amazing, folks. If you want to get yourself this amazing Captain Coder hologram created by the wonderful, the incredible, the insatiable, I gotta hold the button down. Look, MMO Pug, I'm a simpleton. How many times am I gonna tell people I'm a simpleton? I found the remote. It's okay. It's okay. It worked out. Folks, if you want a chance to win yourself a Captain Coder hologram, all you gotta do, hop on the Discord. Hop on the Discord. Click that giveaway, and you'll be entered for a chance to win. You gotta click cup. Cup. Someone put cup in there anyway. Click that Tada reaction, get yourself a chance to win. But welcome back, everybody. So happy to have you. John, congratulations on being first, my friend. Maybe John. I don't know if it's actually John. It's just maybe John. Maybe John out there. Draco the Boozler. It's so nice to have you here again on this beautiful Saturday, my friend. It's nice to see you. Welcome back. And then over on YouTube, we got the Noob Center, aka Tawny Does YouTube, as well as Tawny Does stuff over on the Twitch side of things. Nice to see you, my friend. Smap says, I'm last. Hi. I'm last. Hi. Yeah, Smap, that's okay. You're first in my heart, Smap. You were first in my heart during you were here so much during the Advent. You've been here so much. Yeah, look, Smab, you're first in my heart. You're first in my heart. We also got a new crew member, folks. Sip on in the Paris. Sip on in the Paris. Sip on in the Paris. I'm pronouncing that wrong for sure. Sip on in the Paris. Sip on in the Paris. Welcome to the crew. Sip on in the Paris. Thank you so much for the follow. If I'm pronouncing that incorrectly, which I'm sure I am, feel free to correct me. The Captain Coder wants you to feel welcome here, so do not hesitate to correct me. Tawny, I'm so glad to hear your classes are going well, my friend. And Draco, good work on your Minecraft. Good luck and good work on your Minecraft plugin. I didn't know there was such a thing as a plugin, and thank you for telling me the difference between a plugin and plugin and a mod are different. A plugin is just a server side mod, and then a mod is one that goes on the server and the client. Fascinating. Sounds super interesting. Tawny, thank you so much for your info on your Python stuff. I hope it's going well. How do you feel about Python, Tawny? I personally was not a fan of Python, but I use it a lot more than considering I say I don't like Python that much. I use it an awful lot for someone who doesn't like Python that much. But welcome back, Tawny. So nice to have you here. MMO Pug with the hype wave. How you doing? MMO Pug? And once again, thank you so much for all this amazing swag. Everybody, we got to give MMO Pug a huge shout out for all the swag. Thank you. McNet says hi. McNets, hello. Hello, McNets. Welcome back, my friend. Devro says, whoop, whoop, how's it going? How is it going? It's going fabulous. Well, Devro, I had a weird thing happen. I've never had this happen before. I was flossing last night like a fool. Who flosses? What's this? Dental care. I had a filling come. It was the craziest thing. I've never had a filling come out. I have a tooth filling on this side that came out while I was flossing. I was like, what the heck is this? Anyway, I'm doing fabulous. It doesn't hurt. It just scared the holy moly out of me. So I have an emergency dentist appointment scheduled for tomorrow. Doesn't hurt at all. Dentist said it should be fine to brush and eat on and blah. Just be careful with it is what they said. They just come in and get it fixed. Come in and get it fixed. Anyway, TMI. I'm so sorry, folks. So sorry for all the TMI there. Let's see here. We got the M Gamer. M Gamer, welcome back, my friend. How the heck are you? You asking, what do I think of Godot? So we used Godot the other day. Godot the other day, and that was a fun experience. I really liked that you had control specifically over the .NET, the CS proj file. So you could specify, oh, I want to use .NET 7. You can use .NET 7, you can use .NET 6. You could specify which C# language you want. So there's a lot of really nice things about it that way. The one thing that I was surprised by was the web build was horribly inefficient. When I ran it through a profiler, it was just like the slowest thing I've not ever seen. But it seemed so slow for what we were doing. We just made a simple Minesweeper game in Godot the other day. That's the one thing I'd say. Not that the slowness didn't affect the output on the screen or anything, because it's a small game, but I couldn't imagine trying to build a large web-based project in Godot. That said, I suspect that a desktop build is much more efficient, better. I spent very little time with it. I liked it. I'd like to spend some more time with it. Yeah. So those are my thoughts on Godot as of right now. I've used it once. I enjoyed it. I would like to use it some more. But what are we working on today? What are we working on right now? Well, folks, if you're new to Captain Coder's Academy, we started every week. We try and do a new project. Sometimes it's 2 weeks, sometimes it's 3 weeks, but we'll see. We'll see how we do. This time, someone on the Discord suggested. In fact, it was our very own 100 Acres suggested a project for us. They, people suggest projects on the Discord that I often select and use. Create a coding language. So that's what we're doing. We're creating a coding language. DiceLang++ is it's going to be a simple, I say simple. It's going to be a simple interpreted language. A simple interpreted language that supports dice rolling notation as integer primitive types, numeric primitive types. So you could have an arithmetic expression like this. And then this 3d6 represents a random number between that is the sum of rolling 3 6-sided dice. So if you're familiar with Dungeons and Dragons, you've seen this type of thing before. So I thought this would be a fun little project, so that's what we're working on this week. So buckle up, bucko, hang on tight, and we're gonna get going here in just a moment. Draco says, most famous Minecraft plugin launcher is Bucket, Spigot, and Paper. I've never heard of any of those, but I'm not a big Minecrafter. Folks. Smap says, plugins tend to be supported additions to a system where mods require changing code or assets in an unsupported way. That makes sense. The names make a lot of sense. So a plugin is more of an extension, whereas a mod is you've changed the actual code itself. When I do Minecraft mods, you don't really change the code. You add additional code and then put a library in there, at least when I've done it. We also got a new crew member. We got DJ Keep Mouse. DJ Keep Mouse in the house. DJ Keep. Welcome, my friend, to Captain Coder's Academy. We got DJ Keep Mouse in the house, and we're gonna learn to code today. Welcome, my friend, today. DJ Keep Mouse, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome aboard. Welcome to Captain Coder's Academy. Happy to have you here. The M Gamer says, thank you for your opinion. No, thank you for asking, M Gamer, because I don't get to share my opinions very often unless someone asks. So thank you for asking. You're saying the project sounds cool. So yeah, DiceLang plus plus should be an interesting project. What do we have so far? Well, yesterday we implemented. We have it's very, very simple right now. We have a program. We have we're not even a program. We have a parser that can parse addition, and dice group. So this is called the dice group 2d6. So we've written some tests that show that we can parse and evaluate these things. We're gonna actually want to go ahead and write out a well, what is the first? What did I put here? What do I want to actually do? Let's look at our to-do list. I made one. Add binary arithmetic arithmetic. I don't know why I keep saying arithmetic. Is it pronounced arithmetic or arithmetic? I've always said arithmetic. Suddenly my brain wants to call it arithmetic. Pronounce arithmetic. I'm pretty sure it's arithmetic. Oh, come on. I don't want to watch your... Oh, it's not an ad, sorry. Arithmetic. Okay, I don't know why I keep saying arithmetic. Arithmetic is incorrect, folks. Shame on me. Add binary. So I want to add binary. So right now we just have addition. I would like to add subtraction, multiplication, and division, although division's going to be a bit strange, I think. And then we want to add support for parentheses, which it turns out is maybe a little bit harder than you might think for adding parentheses to a language. Same with getting the arithmetic, different pronunciations for noun and adjective. That must be why my brain is having trouble. Because if I refer to it as an arithmetic operator rather than arithmetic. Anyway, doesn't matter. We're gonna keep moving forward here. Right now we only have addition. We want to add in subtraction, multiplication, division, and then there's something really, really interesting about division and multiplication is that they have different precedents. So the way you parse that, the way you get it to, support traditional left to right order, and then multiplication and division occurring sort of with a higher precedent compared to addition and subtraction can be done by defining a specific way the language gets parsed. So we're going to take a look at that today. All right. So what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and write my test first. I'm going to write a test, and then hopefully we can get that test to pass so we can see what's going on. But here's our expression right now, 2d4 plus 3d3. So we can do these essentially dice rolls, but this gets evaluated here. All right, so we have an addition expression parser test. I'm just going to create a new one here, and this is going to be our what are we going to call this? This is our arithmetic expression parser test. All right, we're going to add arithmetic expression parser test. That's a lot of letters to be one word. All right. Let's come up with, and we're going to leave parentheses out for now. For now, we're going to leave parentheses out because it turns out they're a little bit tricky to do. But we want to do the following. We want to say, okay, let's come up with some expressions here. 5 times 2 plus 7 minus 3. Let's go minus 10 divided by minus 12. Sorry, just because I want to play around with the numbers. Minus 12 divided by 3. So there's a tricky thing here. Oops, I'm gonna hit debug test. That's okay. Go away, you. All right, parse 5 plus 2. The debugger decided it wanted to pop up anyway. Go away, you. First try. All right. So parse parse simple parse arithmetic expression. Yikes. It's gonna be driving me nuts all day, isn't it? Smab. How, we got to do something over here with my mouth saying the wrong pronunciations. Or are they right? I don't know. Are they the right pronunciations or the wrong ones? All right, so we want to be able to parse this. So I'm gonna have to add in a parser addition expression. I'm gonna yeah, so over here, I can't just do addition expression like that. So let's go over here. We're gonna add in a parser here, public static parser. It's going to be an expression. So everything we parse is going to be an expression of the dice language. And we're going to create an arithmetic expression like this. And for now, we're just going to say, okay, well, we're just going to be from white space, because we're going to fill it out in parse dot white space dot mini, and then we'll just do a select. This is going to pull all of the white space off the front, and for now we'll just do new expression. Can I just do a new expression, or is that an abstract class? I think it's an abstract. For now I'm just doing int value 0. All right, just to make this thing happy, we're going to implement this. Oh, I guess I could do a throw exception select. That's okay. We're not going to worry too much about that. Is this okay? All right, let's get rid of these tests here. And we want to parse this and think about, well, what would the evaluation of this chunk be? Dramulks, welcome to the crew again. Dramulks, thank you so much for noticing the haircut. Look, isn't that a nice little haircut? Got a nice little haircut going on. Got a nice little bald spot forming over here. That receding hairline's looking good, you know. Someday we're just gonna take it all off. Back when I was a kid, I used to just keep my head shaved almost all the time. That's normal. I know, I'm not complaining. It's looking beautiful. It's looking good. Thank you for noticing. The Dev Dad is here, folks. The Dev Dad. Happy Sunday, Dev Dad. How the heck are you, my friend? How did your stream? You done streaming? I'm assuming you're done streaming since you're here. How did your stream end up? Were you able to you were trying to, there was like some email thing that you were working through. Were you able to solve it, or just add it to a to-do list for something you're gonna work on tomorrow? But Joy, yeah, I know it's not, I know, Bad Josie, that's the least bald spot I've ever seen. I'm sorry, I wasn't calling it a bald spot. I was calling it a receding hair. I guess I did call it bald. It's a receding hairline right here. My hair there used to be hair that grew here. Hair used to grow here. And there's another spot on this side too. It's okay. I apologize, because I have a beautiful head of hair, and I know it. I know I have a beautiful head of hair. I apologize for anyone for being insensitive there. That's probably a little insensitive of me, so I apologize if that was insensitive. The dev said, I have a hack to remove emails, but I don't love it. That's too bad. Folks, if you don't know the Dev Dad is, come on, why can't I ever get the command right? Dev Dad, that's right. The Dev Dad is an absolutely amazing software developer, streamer, and father, folks. Amazing. He's got the trifecta of amazingness, building a productivity app called Embedder in his spare time. You can watch it all unfold on the stream. If you want to see someone working on a React Native app that is cross between, a web app, an Android app, an iOS app, well, the Dev Dad's the guy for you. You got to go check him out. Give him some love. I hang over at the Dev Dad. It's just a fun place to be. Will the app give me my will back to work? It will, maybe. Dramulks. You'll have to sign up for the beta to find out. Or the alpha. Is it the alpha or the pre-alpha? Anyway, we have this expression here that we're going to use as our basis for doing a bigger one. We're going to do a couple smaller ones as well. So if we were to break this down, this should result in 5 times 2, 10 plus 7 minus 12 divided by 3 should happen. This should get us 4. Okay. And then this should be 17 minus 4. And then that is what? 11? No, 13. Yeah, 13. There we go. It's equal to 21. No, 13. 13 here. I think it should be 13. That's the idea, at least. You had me going for a minute, Dramulks. So this is surprisingly tricky to do, because the order of operations, the precedent of these operators, will be a little bit tricky. And so I'm gonna write a few more tests here. A few more tests to make it a little, so we can sort of, as we go, we'll be able to get a couple, feel a little bit better about ourselves by checking off a couple extra boxes along the way. This is sort of the big test at the end that we want to get, but we're going to check off a couple little boxes along the way. So we're going to do a parse um, addition, addition, subtraction expression, like that. Parse an addition, subtraction expression. So we'll do 5 plus 7 minus 3. 5 plus 7 minus 3, what is that? I gotta get better at math. Oh my goodness. I gotta get better at arithmetic. 5 plus 7, that should be 9. So if we did this expression, we should end up with 9. And then let's do one that's just, the division one scares me a little bit because now I have to handle division, parse division multiplication expression. All right, so we'll do a division. So 5 times 3, and this should evaluate left to right. So 5 times 3. Let's just do a multiplication expression to start. So we'll practice. We'll see if we can get multiplication working, because division's sort of going to be, I have to make some decisions about that. So this should be 30 here. All right, and then before I write this next one, we got another crew member aboard here, folks. We got Luch94. Thank you so much for the follow. Luch94 is here in the crew today, and I'd like to thank you for following me. Luch94, I'm thanking you for the follow on this beautiful day. Yeah, thank you for following me. Luch94, thank you so much for the follow, my friend. Welcome aboard. Welcome to Captain Coder's Academy, my friend. I hope you're having yourself a beautiful Saturday. It's a beautiful morning here. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you happen to be. If you have any questions, programming related or otherwise, do not hesitate to ask, folks. So we're gonna do a parse division one here. This will be a little bit easier to look at. Practical NPC says, I said I had to start waking up earlier for these streams, so here I am. Practical NPC, welcome back, my friend. Oh, it's Sunday. I'm so sorry. No, it's Sunday morning. I'm just terrible at life. They all blend together. What is a day? Really desired state. What is a day? You know, who knows exactly desired state. Yeah, I'm sorry. Luch, no, I want you to feel welcome, my friend. I hope you feel welcome. If I'm pronouncing your name incorrectly, just let me know. Practical NPC, look, for waking up, add points. Practical NPC, I know it's tough to get up early, for getting up so early to be here with me. 50 points to you, my friend. Thank you for putting that extra little effort in. I love that you're here. All right, here we go. Parse division expression here. So if we did 15 divided by 5. All right, so there's a little bit of a trickiness here in that we're doing integer division. So this should be a 3. We'll do a few division expressions, and it should evaluate left to right. This is where things get tricky, because division, if you might end up evaluating right to left. We want to evaluate left to right. We're going to evaluate left to right. Parse double division expression just to get it to go. Well, we'll parse a triple division expression, actually. Parse triple division. Triple. Gonna go with the triple. We've got Fresh Meat 911 here in the chat, folks. Fresh Meat, welcome aboard. How are you on this beautiful Sunday? This beautiful Sunday. I gotta stop saying beautiful Saturday. Unless, it would be a really beautiful Sunday if it was still Saturday for some people, I bet. Some people are like, oh man, this Sunday is the best. It's another Saturday. So I get a whole nother day tomorrow before I have to go back to work. Not everyone. Some people work on Sundays. Some people work on, anyway, ramble. We're gonna test that good old triple division. So 40 divided by 2. Right, so 40 divided, we should get 20 back. I guess I gotta do something. All right, so let's go with, I wanna do something here, where I have 3. I'm gonna do reverse because I'm bad at math. So at the end of the day, I wanna do a 2 times 3 times 5 times 7. 2 times 3 times 5 times 7. And I'm just gonna, look, no one's, don't judge me. Stop judging me. 210. All right, so 210. And if I were to divide this in a different order, would it actually matter? Because it's interdivision, it might. 210 divided by 7, divided by 5, divided by 3, divided by 2. And at the end of the day, we should end up with 1. Is that true? Maybe I shouldn't do that so much. If I do it this way, I should get 2 at the end. Triple division. We'll just do this. 210 divided by 7 divided by 5 divided by 2. Hang on. I don't know why I'm struggling so hard to write a good test here. Should be 3. All right, so we should get 3 back. Yes, because if we were going right to left, this would be 0, and then this would not be 0. This would be 1. Is that right? 2. Yes, if we were going right to left, this would be a problem. So if it's going, it should be evaluating left to right. So the result should be 3. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Rather than some kind of, divide by 0, divide by 0 exception. All right. So we're gonna slowly add these in, see if we can get them added to our language here. So we're gonna add arithmetic expressions. I don't know which one sounds right to me. They both sound wrong now. But these are the basic things we're gonna add right now. Dota, welcome back, my friend. How are you on this beautiful Sunday? I hope it's a beautiful day for you, my friend. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Happy to have you here. So we're gonna add in some elements to our arithmetic. Some arithmetic. Yeah, that parser got some arithmetic to it. I love my parsers being nice and arithmetic. I like them thick parsers, yeah. So we're gonna add some more expressions here. So we have our addition expression, and we're gonna find that we actually wanna define a binary operator expression, I believe. So we're gonna add in these arithmetic expressions, and you're gonna see that there's sort of this pattern going on with them here. So we have addition. If I did a subtraction expression, it's essentially the same thing, except we do an add, and now we're gonna have to have like this sub thing here. All right, so I was realizing in my value here, we want to evaluate to a value. I kind of want to have like this empty value type, and then I want to have, I think, 2 subclasses of this numeric value. And really it's going to be a record numeric value, and it's going to have I already have an int value. Actually, I already have an int value. Hang on. Int value has an add. It needs to have an, hang on. Now I'm letting my brain get confused again. There's different types of values. Numeric value, I think, is what I needed to have a subclass of. Sipon, and I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing it right. Sipon asks, is the first arithmetic test expected value meant to be 13, not 23? Let's check it out. So we have 5 times 10, right? So it should do 5 times 10, and that should be, 5 times 2 should give us 10, and then 12 divided by 3 should get us 4. And then 17 minus 4 should be 13. Yes, thank you so much. You are correct. You are correct. For catching my little bug there, because that probably would have driven me crazy. 50 points to you, Sipon. Thank you so much. Great eye, my friend. Welcome. Welcome to the chat. And thank you so much for finding my bug for me. I appreciate that very much. It's one of the things I love about streaming coding is the backseat coding. Folks, remember, backseat coding is highly encouraged here. And if you have any questions, programming related or otherwise, do not hesitate to ask, because I love hearing from you. I love trying to answer those questions. All right. And we're going to hop back over to our expression here. Yeah, I don't know if I like this idea of a value. Maybe I need this. Okay, so maybe I need this thing as like an as number. 2 numeric is maybe what I need to have this do, and it returns. Ooh, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna create a thing called 2int. And this is gonna return an int, and this is gonna break my interface logic. But we want to be able to convert types. So this would be like our casting here. 2int. So I'm gonna go through and I'm gonna fix this up. 2int here, and I gotta fix this add, but 2int here is literally just gonna return, and it shouldn't take another value. 2int. like this. And maybe I should make it not a method, but instead a property. But this is gonna return value. All right. So int values know how to go to ints. And if we have some value subclass, a value implementation that can't return an int, we'd basically have a cast exception thrown saying we can't do it. So now my addition expression becomes quite a bit, not quite a bit different, but a little bit different, in which we do a new int value where we evaluate the left, we evaluate the right, and we do left val dot to int plus right val dot to int, like this. So for now, and maybe we should say to numeric, so my addition expression can accept different types. So we're gonna do to int for now. We're start. Our language only supports integers right now. Let's run the test we wrote yesterday to see if they pass. The new tests that we just wrote are going to fail, but we just did a refactor here. So luckily we have some tests we wrote. We can check and see if those continue to pass. Dice group expression test should still pass. Our addition test should still pass. If this button will work. Button. Addition. Oh, that's not a real test there, I think. Addition expression parser test. We're gonna try that. And then this addition expression test, I think, is just not a real thing. We'll click this refresh to get some new tests. Well, that's running, folks. We got a new crew member, Senor K. Senor K, thank you so much for following, my friend. Senor K, I'd like to say thank you today for following the captain. I appreciate you being here. Senor K, Senor K. Thank you, friend, today. Senor K, thank you so much for the follow, my friend. Welcome aboard. Welcome to Captain Coders Academy. If you have any questions, I'm a computer science educator. So if you have any questions, I'm not saying you can't ask other people questions, but I love, love, love having your questions. Backseat coding is encouraged, and do not hesitate to ask questions. Mono says, hey, Cap. Hey, Mono, it's so nice to see you here on this beautiful Sunday. Says, I have a keyboard question for you. That's okay. I'll see if I can answer it. What would you do if you only wanted to type one-handed? I've wanted to try this for a long time. Is it worth learning right hand or left hand programmer Dvorak or something to reduce strain? I've wanted for a long time to try out a one-handed keyboard, and I just haven't. I've never found one that works well for me. I would yeah, I don't know how to answer that question. I have wanted to do one-handed keyboard typing before. I think there's a thing called a frog pad keyboard that is supposed to be quite good. Frog pad, the world's best one-handed keyboard. It does look like it would cause some strain though, based on this. I've heard really, really good things about the frog pad keyboard. I've never used it. But I would like to give a shot to a one-handed keyboard. I've always thought it'd be really, really nice to get, if you could get fast on a one-handed keyboard, that'd be cool. Those are my thoughts on that. I have no preference on learning specifically Dvorak for a one-handed keyboard, because that, I don't know what that even means. I would probably learn to type with my left hand. I'm right-handed, so I'd probably learn to type with my left hand. Yeah, some of these keyboards get super expensive. All right, so we have this addition expression now. This change we just wrote makes our subtraction expression really easy to do. It becomes sort of the exact same thing as our addition expression, but we just do subtraction. And similarly, we can very, very easily do the same thing with multiplication and division. But you'll notice I'm doing copy and pasting here, multiplication expression. And this in my mind, anytime you're copying and pasting like this is what we call a code smell. This is this is often what I refer to as a very, very explicit code smell. If you're copying and pasting and you're changing just one, you change the name, you change a symbol, there's something going on here, and that's a code smell. Norpix asks, hello there. May I ask, what are your thoughts about Java language? Why almost no one is even streaming this on Twitch? I don't dislike, I programmed in Java professionally for years. My personal feeling on it is if you want to guarantee that you can get a job as a software engineer, you should learn Java. And you should learn it well. because that's just, it's like an industry standard. The Java language is an industry standard. That said, most places are using older versions of Java, so you don't get to use all the fancy new features. I imagine that's the same for .NET. It's just not a very, in my opinion, Java isn't a very exciting language. And I'm using C# just because I've fallen in love with C#. That said, I do think Java is an industry standard language. And if you learn Java, I've done a lot of embedded systems with Java. If you learn in Java / embedded Java / various, they're all Java, but Java is a lot of people complain that it's not a performant language, but it can be a highly performant language. But yeah, I haven't watched any streamers on it either. Hassan Ali says, hello, what are we doing today, Captain? We are writing a programming language. Good question. We're working on a programming language this week called Dicelang, a simple interpreted language that supports dice notation as a primitive numeric type. So the idea is you'll be able to write expressions that you can drop these, D6, 3D6 would represent a dice, a number that is the result of rolling 3 6-sided dice. So it's a number between 3 and 18, but the distribution is not even. So this was a project suggested to us by 100 Acres over on the Discord. So we're exploring this. I think this is it's been really fun. I think it'd be a really, really interesting project to work on. So we're adding in arithmetic expressions, however we pronounce it. We've got addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. But you'll notice, as I was saying before, give me just a second, folks. I might need to step away to clear my throat. I still have, for my sickness, I still have like some congestion going on. This is the first time it's gotten here, and it struck me while I'm streaming. Hassan Ali says, wow, isn't this kind of hard? I would consider it a relatively intermediate / advanced topic. So this would be a project you might do in your third year of university, third or fourth year of university. So it's definitely not a beginner project, but it turns out writing a programming language isn't that crazy as long as you keep it simple. Writing C#, like a language that has all the features of C# or Python or something like that, that's going to be a lot more challenging, and you're gonna have to think a lot harder about the features and in what we call the language grammar. But we're keeping it simple just to show how you might approach doing it, where you're gonna define your abstract syntax tree, you're gonna define a parser, and then you're eventually gonna find an interpreter, something that evaluates it. So we're sort of stepping through that process. So I hope you're here to learn. I hope you're here to learn something new and have a good time. We also got another crew member, Natty Man. Natty Man. Natty Man. Thank you for following the Captain. Natty Man, thank you so much for the follow, my friend. I apologize for that terrible song, but welcome aboard, Natty Man, for suffering through that song. 50 points to you, and everyone for having to suffer through that with us. 50 points to all of you as well. I apologize. I'll try and do better in the future. But as I was saying, we have these expressions here: addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. And these are all essentially the exact same thing. They can be refactored. So this is what I'm saying. There's a code smell here where if we look at these methods, the public methods are identical except for this one little thing. So we're going to write an abstraction for this. It's called a binary operator, or maybe even call it public record binary arithmetic expression. And the idea with it, really it's a binary expression, binary operator expression like this. And we have an expression left and an expression right. So these are the two things that a binary operator has. It has two things: a left, this is a left operand, and this is a right operand, if we want to be more explicit. And these can be expressions. And then there's the actual operation that needs to be performed on them. And so I'm actually going to create a thing here called an action. No, it's going to be a function. Sorry, we're going to do a delegate here called function. And this is going to take in 2 ints. And so this is why I'm going to call it an arithmetic. But it's going to take in 2 int values. And it's going to produce an expression at the end. So the idea is we can use this function. I'm going to call this operator. This is going to be the operator that we use to do it. So we have an expression here, and now it's still yelling at me. Let's add in this implementation here. The idea is that we evaluate, I'm going to copy this up here. We evaluate our left, we evaluate our right, and then we have to get this int val back. So then I could, instead of doing this new int value here, I'm going to do operator dot invoke on the left side and the right side. Oh, hang on, this is complaining. Evaluate needs to return a value. All right, so this needs to return a value here on the right side. So notice I'm using this delegate. The delegate can be thought of a little bit as a function, that takes an integer, and returns a value. All right, so we'll talk about this in a little bit more in detail. If you want to, guys, real quick, we have some office hours coming up. Office hours. I know I'm talking about this specific delegate called the function delegate. Func, another one that's coming as an action. But on Tuesday on the Discord, we've got an office hours where I'm going to do a whole lesson that goes into great detail on delegate types in C# specifically. So be sure to come on Tuesday if you can. That's the 25th, where we're going to be having a whole lesson just on C# delegates. And in addition, if you want to come, bring your questions. If you're not going to be able to make it, you can also post your questions here, but it's going to be a time to share what we're doing. That said, before we hop in and finish refactoring this, we've got a new crew member, Norpix. Yeah, Norpix. I'd like to welcome you to the crew. Yeah, we've got Norpix. I'd like to say thank you, for the follow today, and I welcome you. It's so nice that you're here on this Sunday, my friend. Yes, Norpix, thank you for following me. Norpix, thank you so much for the follow, my friend. Welcome aboard. Welcome to Captain Coder's Academy. Let's see here. Draco trying with the boozle. Nice try, my friend. Nice try with the boozle there. Check says, is there a simple explanation why everything is encapsulated into individual record class objects? I assume, however, you are going to make your language. Good question. So we want this high level idea of an expression here. So an expression in the language is essentially going to be something that can be evaluated. So when we look at this, so we want to think about, like, what is an expression? Well, right here, this is one big expression, and that big is relative, right? So this is an expression. An expression can be made up of smaller expressions. So, and they each mean something slightly different. So this is a big expression made up of smaller expressions. The expression here, 3, happens to be an expression all by itself. It happens to be an expression that is very, very easy to turn into a value. So an expression is something that you can evaluate, and the idea when you evaluate something is to get a value back from it. And so this 3 here is a very, very simple expression, which happens to be the value. There's no calculation. There's nothing that has to happen to do it. However, look right here, we have a little bit more complex of an expression here. 5 minus 7. This is actually made up, it's a little bit interesting here. It's made up of 3 expressions. We have an expression 5, which is easy to evaluate. We have an expression 7, which is easy to evaluate. And then 5 minus 7 is a little bit different. It says, okay, well, I need to do something to perform this calculation. So 5 minus 7 is actually an expression that produces the difference between 5 minus 7. And by making all of these be of the same type, of the same subclass expression, we have a type here called expression. And essentially expression has an evaluate method that says, how do I turn this thing into the other value. We want to be able to compose these expressions together very, very simply. So we don't know this 5 the thing on the left of this minus, this could be any expression. It doesn't have to be a 5. For example, this plus here, on the right side, it's not a number, it's a 3d6. And so there's a different way to evaluate 3d6. And then this whole expression on the left will probably be evaluated first. And so we want to be able to put any expression on the left, any expression on the right. And so that is why we're using inheritance this way. And each one gets evaluated a little bit differently. And so that's why we're creating our own separate record for these, so we can sort of like plug and play with them as we go. What a great question, Checks, and I hope my explanation was helpful. Add points, Checks. Nice question, my friend. 50. Is modularity a good word? Modularity might be the right word for it. There are other ways you could do this. You could do this all with like a giant switch case type thing. The reason I like to do it as a record is it allows me to decouple it from one big function. Ideally, these would probably just be in separate files, but I'm still sort of figuring it out. So being able to move it into a separate file is probably a good thing, to separate the logic. So I might actually take all of my arithmetic operators and put them in one file. I might take all of my binary operators, put them in one file. My int, my value types, I might put them in my dice group. It matters. So when you put them in class like this, it allows you to sort of like move them out into different spots, and then making it extensible. I think that might be a a different way to describe it as extensible. Checks asks, I know you were considering F sharp. Would that approach have been completely different? In F sharp, I likely would use something called an algebraic data type rather than classes. So there's a different thing called an ADT. And I might use what's called a generalized algebraic data type. Algebraic data type. F sharp. Let's see, algebraic type size and domain modeling. So there's a thing called so algebraic data type is probably something I'd use in F sharp. I haven't used F sharp enough to really know what I would use there, but F sharp does support objects and inheritance. But in functional languages, you often use something, it might be a union type, but an algebraic data type is something what I'd probably use. I hope that kind of makes sense. But yeah, F sharp is a functional language. Functional languages tend to not use inheritance in this way. Not all, I'm not saying that they never do, but in my experience, they tend to not use object and class inheritance. Instead, you use what's called a union type or an algebraic data type, where you can sort of define your structure a little bit differently. Grayson says, good day, everyone. Good day, Grayson. How are you on this beautiful Sunday? I hope it's a beautiful day for you, my friend. I hope you are having a beautiful, beautiful day. Okay. All right. Let's continue here. Thank you for asking, Checks. Good question. So my binary operator, I'm creating one that has a left, a right, and then there's sort of this delegate. There's a function here that we want to apply to do it. And so now I should be able to, and we'll see if I can do this. My addition expression is actually just a binary operator expression where we pass left in, we pass right in. And is this how I might be doing this wrong? Left, right. Can I just do null here for now to make sure it works? Like this. So check it out. Rather than being null, this is actually going to be an operator that does plus minus. So we'll do left, right, L, left, right, goes to left. I'm going to have to do a little bit more here. Left, left, plus right, like this. All right. Can I not do that? Will that not work? Cannot implicitly convert int. Oh, do I have to? These should be int left, int right. Interesting. Hang on. Give me a second here. My brain can't quite handle what's happening here. I didn't mean to switch there. Left, right. Cannot implicitly convert. Oh, this needs to be a new value. So this would be a new int value. Left, right. Like that. So there's I don't think I like this definition quite, because it probably should be value, value, value. So we take in a value and we're going to use that value to do stuff. Step to the left. That's right. Step to the right. Cha-cha real smooth, checks. Cha-cha real smooth. Hang on, guys. Sorry. I gotta be careful not to get DMCA'd here. Grayson says, Dvorak, a shoot for coding. Graves Dvorak, a shoot for coding. Very ergonomic, but impractical. Is that a specific keyboard layout that you're trying out? Graves Dvorak. Very ergonomic, but impractical. That's fair. My keyboard's very ergonomical, but also feels practical. Gaved. I'm not sure. Autocorrect. Gotcha. Gaved Dvorak. Gotcha. Okay. So notice now my addition expression becomes a binary operator expression, and we still have to take in the left and the right, but we just specify this delegate here, this function delegate. Devro, enjoy your prep, my friend. As always, keep coding, keep growing, be the best you can be. Folks, if you're not following Devro, give him some love. Working in C++, working in Unreal Engine, 3D artist, incredible streamer. Fun times are had by all over there. Devro will teach you swear words in German. Is that right, Devro? Swear words in German? They're good. Teach you how to or is it swear words or insults? I can't remember. I do remember you taught me an insult in German, and I wrote it down. I gotta go find it. It's good stuff over there. Grayson asked, why is game dev such a difficult field? That's almost a philosophical question. Why is game dev so difficult? I think the answer is sort of lies in that a lot of people want to be game devs and are kind of willing to do it for low pay for the opportunity to work as a game dev. I think that's one part of it. I think the other part is that programming is easy enough to learn enough to shoot yourself in the foot over and over, but hard enough that the complexity of it can become overwhelming. So when you do game dev, you often are not necessarily, from my experience watching people do game dev, they are not necessarily trying to learn the best way to write a software or write a program, but the fastest way to get their game developed, to get there. And there's like, at some point that's true, what's the fast way to get from point A to point B? But if you have a bigger background, you learn more and do smaller projects, you will often learn the skills necessary to make so a bigger project is actually much faster. I don't know if that makes sense, and that's sort of my so it's absolutely my personal opinion, and I haven't thought about it deeply. So that was like me thinking about it there for 30-40 seconds and then regurgitating what my brain produced. Grayson, I'm sure that wasn't particularly helpful, but that's just like my opinion. Luchas, do you know much about web development too? So I've done a lot of web development. I wouldn't say that I think legally I could claim I was an expert based on the work I've done with it. So I've done a lot of DevOps. I'm not a big fan of doing web development, but I have done quite a bit of web development with the Angular. I haven't done PHP in a long time, but I did a ton of PHP. Angular though. And then also I've been learning Blazor, Blazor's been super cool. So I'd say most of my experience has been with Blazor, and then back pre some of the framework days, just like raw JavaScript, HTML stuff. I've done quite a bit, but that comes from freelancing work, and everyone just wants a web page or some sort of web app. All right, so our binary expression here now for our subtraction operator becomes left, right, and I really think so. I'm gonna just define a delegate. Can I just define a delegate here? Addition is going to be a I can't quite remember how to define a delegate. Hang on, delegate addition. I think I have to do delegate C#. McNets, have a beautiful day, my friend. As always, keep coding, keep growing, be the best you can be, and you are welcome back anytime. Public delegate int perform calculation. Okay, public delegate value addition. It's not even addition, it's a int op. This is like an int bin, excuse me, bin op, and it's going to take in an int a, int b, like this. Okay, so now I can say that in my binary expression that we have a bin op here, bin op, like that. Bin op. It should just be a bin op. Bin op. Notice I can swap that out and my compilation works, because a bin op is a function that has two integers in and a value out. And I'm just gonna rename this to int bin op real quick to make my brain a little bit makes a little bit more sense here. Grayson has got to go do coding stuff. Have a fantastic time and fun time streaming. Grayson, thank you so much for popping in, my friend. Enjoy your coding time. Have a beautiful day, and always, you are welcome back anytime. Luke says, that's cool. I am currently trying to make a career change into program. Still not sure exactly what area I want to go into, but currently doing a web dev boot camp. Web dev seems like a safe way to like get your foot in and be able to find a job. I was not a fan of web development myself, but the future kind of is. I think all programmers should probably learn a little bit of web development, because I do think that's sort of where everything is moving, because everyone has a web browser. That's sort of what it comes down to. Grayson says, QA testing for web devs are always a good starting point. Ooh, yeah, that's good point. Luch says, yeah, most free resources are in web dev, I found. Check says, when you type : binary operator expression, what is inheritance? That is inheritance, right? Not interface implement, just checking. So right here, this is implementing an interface, because expression is an interface. But down here, you're correct. When I do : and you don't need this new line, binary operator expression, this is extending, because binary operator expression is a class. It's a record, but record is a class in this case. And so we get this evaluate method for free, quote unquote for free, simply by extending, and I don't have to write it again. And so this is sort of my bin op here. And so now I'm just going to define some functions here. So I'm going to do a private int bin op addition, and this is going to, can I do this? This is interesting. Int private addition get, can I just do equals this thing? Can I do that? Private int bin op namespace cannot directly contain members such as fields. All right, so how do I write a delegate out there? Can I declare a delegate, or can I do, hang on, private int, I think it just might want me to do this, addition, oh, not int, value. All right, so addition, subtraction, we're gonna add one for each one of these. Addition, subtraction, multiplication, division. All right, so we have these things here. What is this? Hang on. Cannot contain members of fields, methods, or statements. Oh, that's weird. Hang on. Addition. What am I doing wrong here? Something's not right. Oh, it's saying it has to be a private static. Maybe. A namespace cannot directly contain members such as fields, methods, or statements. A namespace, am I in a namespace? Is this error real? I shouldn't be in a, oh, I see. It's telling me that in my binary operator, that's annoying. That's annoying. I understand this. I want to have, it is in the scope of the namespace. You are correct. You are correct. I thought I was inside of another class for a second. And so you are correct. So I can't put this here. I don't want, this looks so gross to me. I hate this. I'm thinking. Thindal says, good afternoon, Mon Capitan. Good afternoon, Thindal. How are you on this beautiful day? So nice to see you on this beautiful Sunday, my friend. Welcome aboard. Welcome aboard. Can I do an abstract record? Is that a thing? You can do an abstract record. Okay. All right. We're going to do it this way. We're going to do it this way. I like this better. We're not going to pass in a delegate. Instead, we're going to have a public abstract value perform op. And this is going to take in a int left, int right, like this. And then here, rather than doing invoke, we're just going to call perform op. Perform op. So we have an abstract value. And now when we do this subclass, all right, this becomes easy. When we do this subclass, one sec, let me comment out some of these things here. Subtraction expression. When we do an addition expression, this is going to be a subclass of the binary operator expression, left, right. So we propagate those through, and then it tells me, okay, well, how do I actually perform the operation? This operation just becomes left plus right, like this. And I'm going to make it do an int here. No, I should really make that be value. All right, let's make sure that we do this in a fair way. It should be value, because we might want to have additional operators. Value, left, right. So it's left dot to int plus right dot to int, and then we wrap that new int value. There we go. So that's how we subclass it there. That refactor is like watching Kung Fu. I'm sorry. Thindal says you can put that in a func. I'm tired and I'm getting done, but I'm trying. Yeah, so originally I was going to do a delegate for bin operators, which was my thought initially, but I didn't like how gross it was to write the lambda. The lambda felt really, really gross to me in that regard. So you are correct. I could do that. You can put a function scope function. You can put function scope functions these days that are not only accessible in the actual function. You can put function scope function. In general, stay away from delegates these days. They can't do async. Yeah. So anyway, I think this was the way to do it. Well, so I was just talking about delegates, and I thought it was a fun little thing to show this. Hey, this is the thing you can do. You're still limiting yourself in the future. That's fair. Yeah. Anyway, I thought it'd be interesting to see a delegate, and then I was going like, this is kind of painful to look at. And so implementing this this is also a reasonable place to put an abstract class. And so I like this as well. Because often like there's composition over inheritance, but this seems like a reasonable place to do it. As also an opinion, I do everything I can as async these days. Same reason. So you literally sprinkle async on everything. You sprinkle async everywhere. Is that what you're saying? So you make everything async values. I feel like, and I don't know, all of a sudden I need to call into something async and refactoring everything upstream to task is not fun. What are the performance ramifications of making everything async? That would be my question. Is what are because now everything will become an async task, right? Everything becomes an async task like this. That's an interesting opinion to have. Draco says, I have now made it possible for electricity in vanilla Minecraft. You have the power, my friend Draco. Congratulations on your electricity. I hope it's coursing through your crafting of the mines. I know Minecraft's not about crafting mines. It's about mining crafts. Thindal, let me give you permission real quick.
Whoa.
Permit Thindal. Post, if you can, post a link. I'd love to see a link. We also got Red Cabin Games with the raid, my friend. Red Cabin Games, thank you so much for the raid. Happy to have you here. Welcome aboard. Welcome to Captain Coder's Academy. It's so lovely to have you. Folks, Red Cabin Games, shout out. Red Cabin Games is a Swedish game developer, and you gotta give him some love. Hit that heart, hit that follow, love him a lot. Enjoy your Swedish food, my friend. As always, Red Cabin Games, thank you so much for the raid. Have a beautiful, beautiful day. Welcome aboard, everybody. Welcome, Raiders. We are, we're not doing game dev today. Today we are in the process of implementing, real quick, let's see here. We're implementing a programming language this week called DiceLang++, language that supports dice notation as a primitive type. Thindle says there is a performance hit, but it is minuscule. Public override task value, perform op async, value left, value right, task completed. Yeah, so I could do that, but that feels convoluted and not the best. Wouldn't it be better to add, so my question would be, couldn't you just add a wrapper for any, you could write a thing that like lets you add async to stuff and say like, oh, well, I haven't, you know, one bit, if you decide you want async stuff later, couldn't you just add a thing that says, oh, and then this is gonna be an asynchronous version of it? I don't know, that feels, I guess, like part of me is going like, well, I guess we do want to do a lot of asynchronous stuff in the, I'm like stumbling over my words and going like, I've never thought of doing that. It feels overkill, especially for what I'm doing here, but at the same times, yeah, or you can just call it directly even if the function is asynced. Interesting. Fatios, Fate OS. It's the Fate OS. Welcome back, my friend. Happy to have you here on this beautiful Sunday. How are you? You need to async everything upstream from here. Are you sure? Couldn't I write, so let me try something. Couldn't I write something called like public record async wrapper? Async wrapper of an expression to async. Couldn't I do this? All right, so and this is gonna be an expression. I would have to make this thing here. So you try to return tasks everywhere. So if I ever need to call async, I can just do it. I don't know how I feel about that yet, Thindle. I understand why you're doing it. I feel like I could do something like this, and this would just have a public async task value evaluate like this, and then this would be a thing that is like let me think here, because I don't do a ton of stuff like this. Task dot completed task new or task dot completed task. What does completed task take? Or how do I start a task? Task dot gets a task that has already completed successfully. Return task dot, wouldn't it be run? Queues the specified work to run, and then I would just do to async dot evaluate. Wouldn't I kind of do something like this? This isn't quite right. It's from results. Okay, dot from results. You need to do dot results. Oh, dot result. Couldn't I just do something like this? Like there's an error here because I need to figure out the typing stuff. One step down the stack. So I want to async the next thing. So now you have a task all of a sudden. But if you ever need this to be async, so I try to return task error. Just doing the async function AB result is inviting deadlocks. Gotcha. It's from results. You need to get the result from that task. I think I'd have to play around with it, and calling a dot result is very fiddly regarding deadlocks. Gotcha. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about it. I'm gonna say this is an interesting thing that I need to explore a little bit more. That said, so I think as an educator, let me start off just saying, like, as an educator, throwing tasks all over the place it sounds like a recipe for a lot of confusion. If I were in a code base and looking at something and being like, why is everything in here async even though we never use it async, I might also think that was not the best thing. So my biggest thing is, like, programmer clarity. Why would we make this? I don't understand why this doesn't need to be async. I don't know. I'd have to think about that a little bit more. But yes. Thank you, Thindle. So interesting, for your contributions here. So it made me think. It's making me think a lot more. Yes, Smab, that's exactly like asking, do Microsoft or any other language org do this when they are producing something similar? And like, my thought is, like, this feels like a really weird thing to do. Daniel says, and you can just async it afterwards, but I really hate needing to go up 10 levels in async and add a wait to everything. Gotcha. It feels like a really unique, I don't want to say bad thing. It feels like a strange thing to do. I don't want to just start throwing async on everything, because everything becomes a task. Everything has to be wrapped in a task. And I don't actually understand the whole task stack either. Poila pan, or is it P oily pan? I'm gonna go with Poila pan, but feel free to correct me, my friend. Yeah, so no, this is why I love the backseat coding here on Twitch. I learn so much because I go like, that's an interesting idea. That's an interesting way to do it. Poila pan, thank you so much for being here though. Happy Sunday. How are you, Poila pan? How are you? But so now we have this addition expression. We can go ahead and define our subtraction, multiplication expressions. And all we have to do is essentially override the perform op. And so now we're still gonna do a little bit of copy pasting, but the copy pasting is so minuscule at this point. Subtraction expression that I'm okay with it. There is a little bit of like, oh, well, we got to do 2 int on the left, 2 int on the right. I don't know that there's any way to really avoid that without, at some point you have to specify the arithmetic, the actual arithmetic that's going on. Fred, good afternoon, my friend. Welcome back. Happy to see you on good morning from me to you, my friend. So nice to see you. Thindle says, here's a big difference. I do way too much CRUD, like easily 50% of my code ends up in a repository later and the database ops are async. Well, if you're working on a web app or an app, not necessarily a web app, but an application like that, it might make more sense. But just doing that on everything, on every project, maybe not so much, It's an interesting idea. If I was working on an application that required me to use async stuff regularly, I might do it. I would definitely consider it a little bit more. And for minor performance, I could even do sealed on these. All right, so public sealed record. There's actually an interesting performance gain I'm going to get by doing a sealed record here. And I really don't intend for these to ever be subclassed. That said, I'm always wrong sometimes. Athena says, you're not wrong. I need to think if you were right, and I should rethink it for me, but you're not wrong. It's 110% not needed all the time. Yeah. But it's an interesting idea. I'm like, now I'm like imagining a language where everything was async all the time. What would be the repercussions of that? Before we move on, to add parsers for these. I gotta say, we have a new crew member, Peligro, 1991. Peligro, welcome my friend. Thank you for following me. Peligro, thank you for following Captain Coder today. Welcome to the crew, my friend. Peligro, thank you so much for following. Welcome to Captain Coder's Academy. Welcome to the crew. I am Captain Coder. I am a computer science educator. I work at the school for ages 10 to 14, but this stream is dedicated to learning and coding and growing, doing something new. Every week or two. One time it took 3 weeks, but every week or two we do something new. This week we are working on Dicelang. Dicelang is going to be a simple interpreted language that includes dice rolling notation as a primitive numeric type in the language. So sit back, relax, maybe take some notes, and backseat coding is highly encouraged. If you have any questions, do not hesitate to ask, programming related or otherwise. All right, so we have these expressions now. Let's see if our tests still pass, or if we compile, we might have compilation errors now. But I don't think so. Our addition expression should remain the same. Our addition expression should remain the same. We can run our tests again. The arithmetic test should fail. Addition expression test, because we're not done implementing these at all. In fact, our addition expression just returns 0. So of course they're gonna fail. All right, but let's go ahead and add in some parsers here now to get our arithmetic parser working. Our arithmetic expression here. And so this is where we're gonna do our plus minus things. So right here we have right side of addition expression with a plus. Again, we could go through and we could implement this using pluses and minuses for all of these things, but we're gonna see if we can be a little bit more clever about it. And I'm not sure if I can or not. And maybe I should take a break. Actually, we've been going for 75 minutes. I see my break timer there just went off. I'm not gonna be able to finish this segment in 15 minutes. So we're gonna stop and take a break now. I'm gonna get myself some more bean water, folks. I think someone was asking about my bean water and I missed it. Who was asking about my bean water? Yes, I have some delicious bean water here. I haven't quite finished, but we're gonna top this off, take a quick break, get myself a little bit more water. Gotta stay hydrated. But when we come back, we are gonna be doing some stretches. So we gotta take care of our bodies. When we come back, we're gonna do some stretches. Get your mom, get your dad, get your cousin, get your uncle, get your dog, get your cat. Let's get them all in the room. We're gonna take care of our bodies when we get back. But before I go, I gotta sing here, Senti Poo. Senti Poo. I'm sorry if that's not how, Senti Poo. I'm so sorry if that's not how we pronounce it, but we've got a Senti Poo here. Senti Poo has followed me today, and I love having me a Senti Poo in the stream. Thank you, my friend, for following me. Senti Poo, thank you so much for the follow, my friend. Welcome aboard, welcome to the crew. I will be back momentarily and we're gonna get some stretches in, so get ready for that. The captain is back, folks. I hope your fingers don't hurt from holding on too tight, folks. We are back. We're gonna do some stretches here, but I gotta let people know we got a giveaway going on the Discord. We got a new giveaway. If you haven't signed up for it yet, if you have not signed up for the giveaway yet, you can win yourself a beautiful Captain Coder hologram. All you gotta do is hop onto the Discord, go to the giveaways channel, and click on that little reaction there in the bottom left corner of the giveaway. The Captain Coder hologram could be yours. Could be yours. I'll ship it anywhere in the, anywhere United States Postal Service will allow me to ship it. All right, folks, but let's take care of ourselves. Get on up. We're going to do some stretches while my coffee cools off, while my dark fuel, while my bean water cools off. We're going to take care of ourselves. Remember, folks, when you are coding all day, when you're sitting at a computer, hunched over, you're hurting yourself. You don't even realize. You think you're relaxed, you think you're cool, you think you're having a great time, but your body needs to get up and move. So get on up with me, please, because the captain loves you. Look, I love you. I love you, which means you should love you. And if you love you, you should love your body. And if you love your body, you got to do some stretches. You don't have to do stretches. You got to do something to take care of your body. And one way you can take care of your body is by doing those stretches. So, you in the back, pay attention. We're going to get on up. Get on up. We're going to do some stretches, folks. Get on up with me. We're going to start out with, my favorite stretch. We're going to stretch out some forearms here, folks. Take those palms, push them together. Push them together. You're going to just push down. If you feel any pain while you're doing this stretch, stop. If you feel pain in your wrist, either arm, you got to stop. If you feel pain anywhere, go ahead and stop doing this stretch. You don't want to hurt yourself, but take those wrists, press them together, or those palms, press them together, and then you're going to push down. And if you can, push out until you get a little bit of tension in those forearms and just get that stretch going. Oh, yeah. We're going to hold this for 25 seconds, folks. Oh, doesn't it feel good? It should feel good. It shouldn't hurt. Maybe a little bit of tension, but it should feel good as you start stretching more often. You get a little bit more flexible each time you stretch. It's a beautiful way to take care of your body. Get that blood flowing, get it coursing out of that heart muscle into the rest of your body. All right, go ahead and roll those wrists out, folks. Roll those wrists out. Oh, it didn't feel good. Now we're going to do the opposite of this. Take those fingertips, grab those fingertips. You're going to pull down. You should feel some tension across the top. Again, if you have any pain in the wrists, go ahead and stop. You don't want to hurt yourself. But just grab those fingertips, pull down. You can pull them toward yourself a little bit, but pull toward yourself is where it starts hurting a little bit. So just pull it down, get a little bit of tension there. We're going to hold this for another 20 seconds, folks, because we got to take care of ourselves. You got to love yourself. If the captain loves you, why don't you love you? Why don't you love you? Well, you do love you because you're an amazing person. You're an amazing person. You're a wonderful human being, and you deserve to be loved. And your body needs that love. So love your body, folks. Love it. All right, roll that wrist out. We're gonna switch sides now. Switch sides, gonna get stretched across the top on this side now. Take those fingers, pull them down nice and gentle until you get just a little bit of tension. You don't want a lot of tension. You don't want any pain. Oh yeah, taking care of ourselves. These stretches are gonna help you stave off that horrible repeated stress injury carpal tunnel. And, you know, if you're like me, you're doing damage to your body every time you sit at a computer, hunched over, typing away, and you got to take a break every now and then, at least every 2 hours. We try and do every 60 minutes to 90 minutes here. Go ahead and roll that wrist out. All right, folks, let's get a nice big body stretch in. Take your arms, reach around, give yourself a hug. If you can grab your shoulder blades, grab your shoulder blades. If you can't quite get those shoulder blades, that's also okay. It's also okay. Just grab yourself, give yourself a nice hug, squeeze yourself. See how far those arms get around. Get a nice stretch. It maybe lean, rotate back and forth. But you just get a little lower body stretch as you're doing it. Just hold this for another 15 seconds, folks. It also feels good to just give yourself that nice embrace. If you love yourself, give yourself that nice hug you deserve. Doesn't it? Feels good. Feels real good, folks. Another 5 seconds here. Another 5 seconds. Yeah. Let's do some shoulder rolls. All right, everyone start. Get those shoulders up, back, and down. And we're gonna do shoulder rolls here and back. 2, 3, 4. Add the elbows. 2, 3, 4. Full arm. Make sure you don't go too fast. You might hurt yourself. 3, 4, bring it forward. 2, 3, 4, add the elbows. 2, 3, 4, full arm. 2, 3, 4. Shake it out, folks. Thank you so much for joining me in those beautiful stretches. I know you did. I know you joined me in those because you're wonderful people. You want to take care of yourselves, and you know it's good. Fred says, oh my God, my shoulders are cracking so loud. I think my neighbors heard it. Yeah, sometimes you get a nice little crunch going in there, and you're just like, I'm going to just keep working that out. I'm going to keep working that out a little bit. I got one going on. I slept funny on this shoulder recently, and so I have a little bit of some crunchiness. Two zoomed. Sailboat Stoat says, hey, good time zone. Good time zone to you too, my friend. Welcome back. Welcome aboard. Nice to have you here. But everyone, thank you so much for joining me in those beautiful stretches. I know you did. I know you took care of yourself. 50 points to all of you because you deserve it, because you're a lovely human being who joined me in those stretches, and taking care of yourself is such a good way to feel good about yourself. Lent says, I just woke up and you've got me doing stretch. Wake up and stretch, my friend. It's good for you. It's good for you. You know, when I don't stream, I don't stretch as much. And so I love the stretching on the stream thing. I don't know. It started because we were doing, we were doing some gymnastics, like boot camp training. It was a backflip training boot camp thing. And so I was just like so stiff and sore. So I started doing stretches on stream. That's how it started. I just kept doing it because it's so lovely. But welcome aboard, Lance. Happy to have you back. Sailboat says, I slept on my neck weird, so a good stretch is definitely needed. Yeah, take care of yourself, my friend. Sailboat Stoat, thank you for being here. For anyone who doesn't know, if you're just tuning in, I know I said this before the stretch, if you're just tuning in, don't forget to get in on that Captain Coder hologram giveaway. Get yourself a Captain Coder hologram. You got to click the ta-da reaction on the Dinobot message there. You can win yourself a Captain Coder hologram. I will ship it anywhere the United States Postal Service will allow me to ship it. So get in on it before it's too late. Okay, what are we doing? Oh, we're resetting our break timer. Reset, break, here we go. We're gonna dive in here. Good morning, Mr. Natural. Welcome back. I'm assuming you're gonna be in lurk mode, but happy to have you here because we know there's many places to lurk on Twitch and we appreciate you lurking here. But welcome, my friend. Happy Sunday. Why are you using Selfbot? I'm actually not a custom. I'm actually using Firebot. So the main reason, Draco, is that if I use myself as a bot, I can do the emotes that I have for subscribing to other channels. So for example, for example, if we run the Mooniz shout out, notice I get those little clouds floating up in the chat. If my bot, otherwise I'd have to have my bot subscribed to be able to get those emotes as well. And you know, Captain Coder's a cheapo. Captain Coder cheaps out as much as possible. And so that's why I use the Captain Coder bot. I do also have a cap bot. There's another one in here that shows up sometimes, but that one, I just like putting the beep boop there too as well. Beep boop. That way people know. Good question, Draco the Boozler. Good question. What are we doing? Add binary arithmetic operator. So we're so close to that. We have our abstract syntax expressions defined. Now we just need to add in some parsers for it. Samantha says, what does this language actually do? Do you have a definition of it yet? Or are you making it up as you go? I'm essentially making it up as I go along. It's gonna be very simple. The main goal is to have a basic language. So Smap here, I haven't defined a full grammar for it, but I'm essentially following what this book has. Programming language, programming language. This is the book that I'm using, PLAI, Programming Languages, Applications, and Interpreter. This is the book essentially that I learned to make programming languages from. So it's going to almost certainly have all of the features here, which happen to be, has scoping. So you can scope things in functions. It's gonna have basically numeric types, array types, Boolean types, and function types. So it's going to be an interpreted language with those 4 types. And so it will be a Turing complete programming language. But the one little special thing that we're doing is we're making it so that it has a primitive numeric type, which happens to be the dice notation in there. So it's just an extension of this very simple. And we're going to use, we're not going to be using, this one has you implement it using scheme. So this one has you do, the syntax for the language that gets defined in this book uses Lisp parentheses syntax, which we don't want to use. I hope that answered your question, Smap. Good question. But it's a toy language to talk about how you might go writing a programming language, or at least an interpreter for a language. It's defined, when it is evaluated, it evaluates once. So that has been defined. It evaluates once. So if I did so we'll have lets in here. So if I do let x equal this in x plus 7. So this is sort of the syntax I'm using. This is like an OCaml-esque syntax where we do our definitions like this. X will be evaluated once. X will be evaluated once, I think is how I want it to be. And this is gonna be, I'm 90% sure that there's gonna be a value type called like a roll result, that any evaluation like this, and you'll be able to do things. There's going to be some notation like this where you might do x plus 7 and then have a function around it called explain. I don't know what it's going to called. And this will then tell you what dice were rolled on the internals of this and like break it out for you. And it'll say like, well, this expression was 3 plus 5 minus 7 plus, and then I'll have 3d6, and then on the internals of that, it'll say this was a 3 plus a 2 plus a 1, or like a 6, whatever those rolls happen to be. Did that answer your question, Smab? But yeah, the idea is that it should strictly evaluate it once. If you wanted to have a function to do it, so you might have like a let f equals, and then I don't know what my syntax for it will be. It'll probably be function x like this, and I don't know what my syntax will be where we do 3dx, and this will be a tricky thing to do. I'm not exactly sure. We might have a function x 3dx like this. When we evaluate the function, it will rerun this each time. So this will not be a full evaluation. I don't know if that makes sense. And we'll probably have syntax something akin to this. Again, I'm not 100% sure what the syntax is, but yes, we're sort of making it up as we go along. I don't have a fully fleshed out grammar for the language just yet, but I've implemented a handful of languages in the past, and this is just I think it's a fun little exercise to do. Yeah. Thank you for Smab for asking such an excellent question. I'm sure other people were curious about that. Smab, beautiful question. Also makes me think about it a little bit more. 50 points to you, my friend. Thank you for asking. Let's look at our parser again here. So right now, really we have, there's two levels of expressions. And so I'm going to show you, we're going to implement it a bad way first. All right, so we might call this, right now we have this grammar. It says an addition expression is a numeric expression, then optionally we have a plus and then another addition expression here. We could define this as a plus, a minus, a multiply, or a divide. So we might do it this way, and we might change this to instead be an arithmetic expression. Arithmetic expression. There's a problem with this, and I kind of mentioned it yesterday, and the syntax here might be a little bit hard to read. What do we think? Does anyone have an idea of what the issue would be if we try and do an arithmetic expression like this, where we have plus, minus, multiply, and divide all in this one expression? Like ideally this would be what we'd want to do, but there's a small little caveat here that makes it challenging to write a single arithmetic expression that supports this here. Does anyone have a guess? And I kind of alluded to it. There's some foreshadowing earlier of some problems with this in the language itself when we're parsing how we have to deal with it. Any guesses? Anyone want to take a guess? And we might implement it this way first just to see the problem. But this, like when you go to, so what I will say is the first time I implemented an interpreter, programming language that was not a stack-based language. So the first time I implemented a language, we used Lisp syntax. So plus looked like this, 7, 5. And if you wanted to do 7 plus 5, and you might do multiplied, and this is a weird, this feels really weird to some people, 2 times 6 in there. And then, so this would be 2 times 6 plus 7. So when we have a language that's defined this way, the order of operations is very implicit, very explicit in the syntax. You can't get it wrong because you can't actually write something. You essentially have to put the parentheses in there all the time. If we're parsing this way, we end up parsing the wrong expression build. So one trick we can do to get away with it is we can actually say, okay, well, we're gonna have ourselves a plus sub or add sub expression like this. And then we'll have another one as well that is a mul div, and maybe I should be a little bit more a mul, which happens to be, do I have this right? I might have it wrong. Add sub expression, optionally followed by a multiply divide expression. Map says the first parser I wrote was to explain RPN evaluation for a computer class in the late 1970s. That sounds like a super cool, was that an assignment in a class? That sounds like a super fun assignment. Fun might be a strong word, but an interesting assignment nonetheless, and super educational, I'm sure. Do I have this right? So if I do mul divide, it's either going to be this way or the inverse, where mul divide. This should force all of my multiplications and divisions to be pulled out first. I think this is the correct way. I'm going to take a look real quick at the grammar that I had previously defined, because every time I do this, I have to think about the grammar again. But I had previously defined this for a not programming language version. So this is like a non-interpreted version. This was just a way, let's see, where's my parsers? So factor term. Okay, so I do have it right. Oh no, I do have it wrong. It's term, factor, a factor. Let's look here. These names are terrible. Term, and a term is a factor. Oh, arithmetic expression. Okay. think I have that right, actually. I think I have this right. We're gonna go with this for now. We're gonna see if this will work out for us. Smap says the first parser I wrote was to, it was to help the teacher explain it the following year. We were all learning at the same time. The teacher was really the physics teacher. Gotcha. It's the first year computing was taught. That sounds really interesting. I love classes where you get to explore something. Grad school was cool in that way, as the classes were often, we're doing research with the teacher. And then some of my later classes in undergrad were that way as well. Sort of as a class, we were exploring some topic, and every week you'd come say, oh, here's the thing I was doing, here's the thing I learned, you just share with each other. I love that. I love that so much. It was super fun to be able to do that. Okay, so we're gonna change this rather than an optional additional expression. This is gonna be our add sub expression. Add sub expression. Right side of add sub expression, and the what's this addition? Addition expression here. We need to addition expression needs to pull this out, and so it shouldn't be an addition expression. It needs to be just a regular expression here. And so that shouldn't break anything. Add sub, left side is a numeric expression. Right side of add expression. It's such a terrible name. This can either be, okay, so we're gonna have to break this into like the sub or the, at some point you eventually have to do the plus or the minus. And so this becomes an addition expression. So we're gonna actually say this remaining expression is right side of sub expression, all right, so we're gonna call this a right side addition is what I'm gonna call it, right side addition. And then the other one is gonna be an or on it. So here we're in private. We need to basically have the eventually we have to parse out and actually parse out right side subtraction. Right, eventually we have to get that difference symbol pulled out, subtraction expression. This would be a minus and a subtraction here. Addition remaining, this would be a, what is addition expression? Where is this defined? Addition expression is the add sub expression. This should be arithmetic expression, or really let my brain hurt here. New, is it not called a subtraction expression? I've got too many things open. Hang on, let me clean this up. Close to right. Don't save. Sure, we can save, yeah. Subtraction expression, there we go, like that. Addition expression is wrong here. It's not wrong, it's just that the add sub expression, this is like a helper, add sub expression, and I'm just bad at named helper. And this becomes add sub expression. And this is the one that says that it's the helper or a numeric expression. And so here, okay, so this looks like add sub expression, right side addition, right side subtraction, add sub, left side remaining. And so our add sub expression helper isn't right side addition, it's right side addition dot or right side subtraction left side. And this should be as expression. It's getting a little bit gnarly from the code standpoint. As, hang on, why can't I do this? What's the complaint? The type argument for or cannot inferred from the usage, or let's try. Okay, so just tell me it can't figure out what it should be. What is or of type T? Okay. Or, let me just do expression here. There we go. So we're gonna say do an addition or a subtraction. That's this plus or this plus or minus here. And then we get a add sub expression, right? So this is sort of like our add sub helper. This is the right, so this one really is the right side. All right, so right side add sub expression. These names are really, really tricky here. I don't like the way I've named this, but this should allow us to do addition and subtraction now. I believe this will let us do addition and subtraction. Let's run all of our tests to see if we broke anything, but I'm hoping our addition subtraction test will pass now. Oh, it's not going to because I don't actually call this thing here actually. Apparently it passes and I don't understand why. Oh, because I did parser add sub, because I was calling the wrong expression here anyway in this test. Okay. So in our parsers, it does work. Our arithmetic expression is a little bit, yeah, so it does happen to pass. It's just not calling the correct one. So our arithmetic expression for now, I'm gonna just say that this should be our add sub expression, which isn't correct. It's not gonna be correct. It's gonna be essentially the top level, I believe is gonna be our mul div expression. So our arithmetic expression is essentially mul div expression because that encapsulates it. It contains the add sub expression as well. So let's see if we can keep going here in that regard. So we have our add sub. So this is our add sub expression. Right side addition, right side subtraction. Part of me is wondering whether or not if it's worth it. So you'll notice these are essentially identical, with the exception that it's a subtraction expression here and a minus character here. I'm wondering if it is worth it, because I'm about to write 2 more of these. I'm wondering if it's worth it to introduce a binary op parser. Let's explore that just momentarily. Again, you start getting a little bit more convoluted as you abstract away here. Really, this should just be an expression. Right side bin op. And we'll have an expression left side. And then we kind of need a constructor at the end that knows how to construct it. So the first thing would be a string that is like our op. So for now, I'm gonna do a char op, op symbol. I'll call it symbol. This is the symbol for our operator. And then we also need the thing to combine the two. And so then we need a constructor essentially. So this is gonna be a function that takes in an expression left, an expression right, and produces an expression results. Oh, I guess for when you're defining the type this way, you don't actually have to specify it. So it's an expression, in which you have the left argument, the left operator, the right operator, and then the resulting expression. And so we'll call this constructor, I think. So this is sort of our constructor function. So this is why I'm exploring whether or not it's worth it to do if it reads easly. Because really, this is going to be this thing. Oh, and there's going to be one more little. Maybe it can be just this. Yeah, this add sub expression is going to cause problems here because we're gonna end up with the Moldivic. So we have to add like one more delegate in here to do it. So it might make sense to make this like a class that gets us a parser out. It's this first part here that is so, I don't know if troubling is the right word, but it's so tricky. Let me see if I can just write a parser here. A parser that returns an I enumerator of characters or something. I wonder if I can just do a parser that returns a nothing is sort of what I want to say here. It's a parser that consumes stuff, doesn't produce anything. What does this one produce? An I enumerable of care. I don't really want it to produce anything. I'm going to call it parse operator. And it's literally going to take in a care symbol. I'm seeing if I can reduce this part. And it's just going to do this. And it doesn't return expression. It should return a nothing. Return null. Object. Or a nullable. Expression. Can I do it in an expression? It doesn't like that. I want to void. Can I just do a parser without anything? Select. It's interesting here because I want it to not have anything. All right, so we'll make it an I enumerable of care. I enumerable of care. And we'll return white space dot chain. Is there a chain? Is there a way that I can combine concat? Can I give it to another one? All right, plus symbol dot concat white space underscore. Can't do that. Why doesn't concat do this? Concat oh, because this one's a single care. That's interesting there. Honestly, I just don't care about the return result. It's going to be discarded. Hang on. Parse. But I might want it later. Can I just add a single? So then I do plus symbol. And really this is going to be symbol. So I guess I don't even need that. So this would, can I do new array symbol like that, and then white space. Okay, so this will give me, I can do a parse operator here. So I can do the following. Now on these, I can simplify to say from op in parse operator plus. Okay, so I can reduce it that way. Was that worth it? I don't know. I don't know if it was worth it. I do feel like it's a little bit more simplified for me to write this. Add stub expression and left side. Parse operator. Parse right side operator. I guess we'll call it that. I'm not 100% sure if this is the best right side. Right. Look, I'm not a wordologist. I'm really bad at the word of the naming stuff. So if anyone has a better suggestion, please let me know. I should rerun my test, make sure I didn't break anything here. Rerun all of my tests. While those are running though, we got a new crew member, 61 EKA, I can't say it. 61 Eka, 61 Eka, welcome aboard, welcome to the academy. Let me try that again. I said 61 Eka, welcome aboard, welcome to the academy, my friend. Thank you for following me. 61 Eka, thank you so much for following on this beautiful Sunday, my friend. Happy Sunday. Captain Coder's Academy. I am Captain Coder. Captain Coder's me. I can't talk right now, apparently. If I'm pronouncing your name incorrectly, please let me know. I'd love to pronounce it correctly. I want you to feel welcome here at the Academy. And as the chat there says, I love being boozled. Feel free to ask me anything as long as it's family friendly, and backseat coding is absolutely encouraged. If you want to see something, if you have a question or you see something, say something, because that's how I get better. I love coding here on Twitch because I get better every time someone makes a suggestion to me. But yeah, welcome aboard. Thank you again for the follow. Okay, so we have our add sub expression. Now I want to do, pull this down here. I want to do my mul div expression, which is going to essentially be sort of this same idea here. This same idea where we do an add sub expression. Okay, so we're going to start with that. We're going to say that. And really, this should probably be private. I shouldn't just let you access the add sub expression directly, I think. Except for testing, so maybe internal, I'm not sure. So we'll do a mul div expression. And it's going to be the right side of an... Why do I have right side add sub expression here? This should be... This isn't right side. It's a numeric expression. This is the right side add sub expression. Why did I name it that? This should be add sub expression. It's because it's the optional side of it. That's so interesting. This will never be true on the first time. Draco the Boozler says you should do one challenge where you try to do a project in Java. I'd love to do a project in Java. Suggest it over on the Discord. Folks, if you don't know, you can always suggest projects on the Discord. In the live stream projects. Suggest a project. Be a little bit more specific about it. Not just like do a program in Java. What do you want to see in Java? Maybe you want to see something specific. Do something with Java X, JFrames, Java Swing. What do you want to see? Post something in there. 3D engine, that's too much. That's probably too much to do in what it has to be something we can do in 1 week. You might suggest, I found this library for doing 3D rendering in Java. I'd love for you to check it out. That would be a reasonable thing. You got to keep in mind that the projects need to be doable in 1 week, 1 or 2 weeks. OpenGL, yeah, so something like that. But post a project, be as specific as you can with the project. The reason we're doing this language is because someone said, hey, could you do a programming language? And that's why we're doing it. So we're learning as a crew, Draco. We're learning as a crew, but yeah, I would love to do something in Java. Love is a strong word. I wouldn't mind doing something in Java. So you are coding a programming language. Yeah, so we're implementing our own programming language here in this project. Exactly. We're using C# as our implementation language, but we are writing our own programming language here. Mul div expression. I was renaming this right side add sub expression. This is so interesting because we can start. This is interesting because if I start with a plus, what does that even mean? Do I even need? Because because I either find the numeric. So this here is actually our add. Hang on, this is actually our add sub expression. Add sub expression. And this is like our continuation of it. Are you already done with the lexer? So I'm not implementing a lexer on this one. I'm using a parser combinator for parsing. So I'm not going to use a lexer on this one. So that would be one approach. Instead, we're doing an approach. We're using a parser combinator. So we don't have to write a lexer. But we are writing our parser right now. That's what we're working on right now, is writing a parser. So add expression. I just have I've done something terribly wrong here with just like the naming of this stuff. So I'm kind of thinking that this should actually be my arithmetic expression here. All right, this just shouldn't exist in that form. And add sub. But then I can't do that parse on the arithmetic expression here for this should be like a mul and sub expression. should it be a mul div expression? What did I do on my last project here? Arithmetic is a term. A term is a factor. Factor is an arithmetic expression. Okay, so arithmetic expression or a value. And an arithmetic expression is a term. So I'm trying to do the let me copy this in here. I'm gonna do this with my new names here. Let's undo so we get back to something that compiles. Okay, so let me look at this grammar real quick. So I'm getting myself slightly turned around and confused here. So arithmetic expression, this is sort of what I'm currently calling my add sub expression, but really this is sort of what I'm calling my add sub. So I'm gonna put a little thing here that says add sub expression. Gotcha. So my arithmetic expression is my add sub expression. So this should really be an arithmetic expression, which is weird to think about. It's a little weird to think about there. Because it does a numeric expression on the right side. And then my factor, so this is like, I don't know why factor is called that, but all right, so we're gonna call this one here arithmetic expression. Okay. And then this one is actually gonna be my mul div expression. And then this, I'm gonna call this my value just like, I don't know what to call this, but this is gonna be my mul div here. Okay, so I have that available. And this should be the public one, is that correct? This should be the public one, so that's what, yeah. This is gonna be, but it's a term, not a value. Let's write my mul div one real quick. My mul div one needs to be part of my arithmetic one. All right, so we're gonna write mul div real quick. Real quick is a funny way to say it, because it might take us a little bit of time. Public static parser expression. Mul div expression. For what it's worth, this is my first time writing a interpreted language in C#. It's the first time using a imperative language to write an interpreted language. I've always done it in a functional language before, or just use something. I've used Yak to sort of define my parser. You just kind of give that a grammar and it can do it for you. So this is my first time doing it this way. So this is a fun little exercise. I'm really enjoying this. So I want this to be like that. So this is our mul div expression. So it's gonna take in, and then we have the factor at the top level. Okay, so I'm gonna create this quote unquote factor. This is what I want to be my arithmetic expression, if I'm being completely honest. So I do think this should be add sub expression. Okay, add sub expression. Oh, I was having trouble renaming because it wants, okay. All right, so sorry everybody, I'm letting myself get all turned around here. Around being an arithmetic expression. That's why, okay. This was sort of our add sub helper. Or can I just get rid of this altogether, because there shouldn't be a numeric part. I think I can get rid of this altogether, and when we get down to this, we'll be okay. Add sub expression. Term. We haven't defined term. We got to do from the bottom up. I'm going backwards. Let me comment out these. And let's go from the bottom up. All right, so this is going to be my arithmetic expression here. Public static parser expression, arithmetic expression, and this is going to be an add sub expression. So this will be an add sub expression or a numeric expression, which happens, numeric expression is our value parser. Okay. So add sub expression is going to be this one. So this should be add sub expression. Okay, so the add sub expression has this term thing in it. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, so it has a term in it. And so it's a term and then a plus minus term. That's how we get the precedent. That's how we get the precedent. So I'm going to define one thing above this, public static parser, and that's going to be our mul div. All right, expression, mul div expression. And for now, I'm just going to make it null so that we can use it. I want to be able to use it in our code to be able to do it. So this is going to be, the left side is a mul div expression. And then the right side is another term. Okay, so that's interesting there. So it has to be another term on the side. So I'm gonna say right side, okay, parser, right side operator. This is a thing that we should be able to uncomment here. Right side addition. And rather than an add sub expression, this becomes a mul div expression here. And similarly, this becomes a mul div expression. Okay, so I think we got it there. It sort of checked out here. It took me a little bit while. My brain had to wrap myself around it. We just didn't have the mul div expression. Okay, so this becomes my add sub expression. Term gets replaced with mul div expression. So this becomes mul div expression. What was factor? Was factor? Oh, factor is the thing below. This becomes an arithmetic expression. Okay, I think I got it. Arithmetic expression. And then factors are arithmetic expression. And this is our add sub expression. So you got an add sub expression or a value. Okay, I got it. So add sub expression or value. That's implemented. We've done our add sub expression. Now we got to do our mul div expression. Excellent. I think we can do it. I think we can do it. And it's going to be very similar to our add sub expression. So I'm going to start with this parser. And again, there's a little bit of a, again, anytime you're doing this copy paste stuff, that's a sign that, you know, there's a little bit of a smell to that we should investigate. Instead of doing a mul div expression, this should be an arithmetic exception, arithmetic expression on the left side. We'll call this right side multiplication and right side or right side division. Right side multiplication or right side division. This. And these should be relatively easy to, again, the copy paste here is telling me that maybe there's a way we can do this in a more intelligent way. Right side multiplication, we look for a multiplication operator, but then we look for an arithmetic expression on the right side. And this should be a division, and this becomes multiplication expression, and so we return multiplication expression here, and this becomes a division expression like that. All right, so the multiplication is we find an mul div. What's interesting here is I haven't quite implemented this. We're forcing it to be this. So my mul div it doesn't seem right to me right now, because this right side is an option. It's optional. It doesn't have to happen. It can happen, but it doesn't have to. Whereas my code right here is saying it has to happen. Because I take an arithmetic expression and then I find the right side. So this feels, let's look at this addition here as well. My addition is doing that as well. Get an add sub expression or a numeric expression. Yeah, so there's something that's not quite right here. It's optional of what to do with it. My add sub is the same way. We find the left side and then the remaining side. We need to say this is like an optional. Or our right side. This is my parser. What are my parser options here? Dot or nothing. Parser dot is there an optional parser dot parse dot optional constructs a parser that indicates the given parser is optional. The return parser will succeed on any input no matter where the given part. Okay, so optional. But this is now okay. So the return type of this is an I option. Okay, so we have a remaining expression. So we're going to do a select that says dot is defined. So if it is defined, return the remaining expression. Otherwise, we return the left side. Still doesn't like that. Is not allowed in a subsequent. Because remaining expression dot what get. Oh, I could just do get or default. Remaining expression dot get or default. Get or default, and I specify the default as left side. Doesn't like that either. The singing coder, that's close. It's the captain coder. That's all right, Tommy, I'll forgive you. It's going beautifully well, Tommy. How are you on this wonderful Sunday? I hope it's having a wonderful Sunday for you as well. Return, select, get default. No overload for get. Oh, you can't specify in get default. Doesn't have an option for the that's fascinating. All right, so we'll do get. That looked like there's a get or else, and then we put a default value here. Okay, so this would be left side. Okay, so this should work where we say, okay, well, I'm gonna do the left side or the right side. But yeah, Tommy, thank you so much for popping in. I am having a beautiful morning. Any day I can wake up and code is a wonderful day for the captain. How are you? I don't know if I already asked, probably did. How are you on this beautiful, beautiful day? Tommy says, I'm working on a quick, quotes, quick YouTube video on how to set up easily screencast your iPhone to NixOS. That sounds really cool. Tommy, when you're done with that, be sure to share it on the Discord. I'd love to check it out. Yeah, probably the I always am like, where should we put this? Where should we put this? If you want to share it in the promote your, share your work. Self-promotion would be fine. Or I'm not entirely sure, other projects might be a good spot for it, but that sounds like a really cool resource. Yeah, that sounds awesome. But yeah, thanks for sharing. All right, so our add sub becomes an optional here. And so that should be the same thing for our mul div expression. This should be an optional. Parse not optional. This. And then the get or else left side. So there's a lot of similarities between these. I don't know if they're close enough to be identical what we should do. All right, but now we have that option. And the parentheses here are actually not saying it's optional, it's saying that it could be in parentheses or it could be a value. So there's something interesting about that. Draco says, are you already done with the lexer? So there's no lexer for this because I'm implementing it using a parser combinator. I'm not using Elixir on this one. So we are writing the parser, Draco. But yeah, we're not using a Elixir on this. We're doing using a parser combinator, so we don't have to write Elixir. Tommy says, and yeah, works perfect now. Only downfall is that it needs 6 ports open at all times for it to work. That's fascinating. That's fascinating. That's a lot of ports. I could do a temporary opening for those ports, but that either involves me creating a NixOS option to set it up, or service, or it needs sudo writes each time you want to run the app. Yeah, that sounds, I wonder, it'd be nice to find a way around that, because that's a lot of ports to open, especially if you do it manually, open all those ports. But I think we have our parser done here for all of our addition, subtraction stuff. But we're gonna give it a shot. Let's see, in my tests, we probably have some errors because I've changed this. Okay, yeah, so I changed, it should be arithmetic expression. Like this. Let's see if any of these are successful. And this might not compile anymore, actually. Let me see if this runs. Because I think I marked certain things in my, this should definitely be private. Yeah, it's not compiling. I have compilation errors. So I'm gonna have to go fix that. Numeric expression. I think they should actually be internal. So that my test, and then I got to share with my test class, make my test assembly a quote-unquote friendly assembly, which is something you can do, but no one should be able to really, people shouldn't be able to access these outside. I don't know, maybe they should, I'm not 100% sure. Let's look at what our compilations of the problem. 17, we have a file called copy somewhere. That's interesting. This is, can I refresh this? Hang on, let's reload. We gotta get a different set of errors. Those errors are sort of like, well, this is reloading though. We got a new crew member, folks. Kaiju Kim. Kaiju Kim. Welcome, my friend, to Captain Coder's Academy. Yes, we've got Kaiju Kim. Welcome, my friend. You are now a member of the crew. Kaiju Kim, thank you so much for the follow, my friend. Happy Sunday. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you happen to be in the world. It says, greetings have never been sung into the room before. Well, there's a first time for everything. So welcome aboard, Kaiju Kim. I'm so happy to have you here. I am Captain Coder. Captain Coder is me, and I am a computer science educator. So if you have any questions, programming related or otherwise, do not hesitate to ask. I'll do my best to answer. And backseat coding is highly encouraged here. I'm learning a lot from people backseat coding. Revere says, howdy. Revere, happy Sunday, my friend. Welcome back. Welcome aboard. Anyone who doesn't know, Revere is an incredible game developer, developing a game called Unforgiven Space. It's sort of a parody of Star Citizen. And his goal is to beat Star Citizen to release. Currently working in Unity, C#, but the thing that I love most about your stream, Revere, is the Blender stuff, all the 3D modeling stuff. It's super inspiring, making me want to get into Blender. And this summer, it's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. Tommy also had said, I provide the NixOS config, which people can just plop into their own configuration.nix, and it works for both as Flake and not Flake. Gotcha. Okay, so that's not a bit, then that's pretty simple. That's pretty simple then, or it should be. All right, so add sub expression. This is where I need to change this to arithmetic expression. We're so close, folks. We are closer than we've ever been. Closer than we've ever been, folks. Okay, those were all of our issues. Missing, oh, this should have an I value on it. Uh-oh. I value, and this should have an I expression. Rule violation. Oh, it's public, so it should be a random source like that. Boom. Why didn't that rename it? I don't think that. I don't like it. I don't like that it did not rename it. There we go. Let's do that. Will it build, folks? Let's build, and will these tests run? Let's find out. We're gonna find out if the tests run, folks. And I'm feeling lucky. I'm feeling lucky. Let's see how we do. Click run on these. Please pass. Do you ever just go cross your fingers? Come on, test. Come on, test. I believe in you. I believe in you. Do you believe in me? Let's see how we do, though. Something went wrong. Hang on. I got to do a .NET build. Something's not compiling here. CD. Let's just do a generic .NET build here. .nerd build. .NET build. This is on our base here, so it should build all of our stuff. It builds .NET test. That's interesting. Am I just not have the correct project selected? Tommy Lucas says, oh, one more downfall with the current setup, dash to dock as a GNOME extension breaks the functionality. That's interesting. So is the default screen manager or desktop manager GNOME on NixOS? It does something to the compositing, does something to the compositing that breaks it and didn't figure out what it is. Interesting. What is going on here? Stack Overflow. Ooh, I must have a right recursion. I think I must have a right side recursion. I'm surprised that this... Oh no. Oh no. I must have a right side recursion. Can I run each test individually just to figure out which one is doing it? Because it's just dying. It's not telling me what test is getting this. Test host process crashed. Can I run? All right, so let's try these ones here. Does it just crash in general? Oh, it's during, oh, those just run. That's fascinating to me. Yeah, that's what I'm doing, Smav. Well, I was thinking for a second that my parsers, I actually think that it might be crashing when the static definition is loading, because it doesn't tell me. Usually if you get a Stack Overflow on a single test, that one test would pass, but I think my definition must be recursive somewhere. So like this is about to crash on me. Yeah, so this is crashing. My definition is recursive. Using these, I need to make these functions apparently. I was hoping to avoid that because it would be a little bit more efficient. But because there's some recursive definition, I think if I change these to functions, when it statically initializes these, there's a it shouldn't have an it shouldn't be able to do that though, which is so interesting to me. This is a little bit fascinating to me. I've written some interesting or have a right recursion. When you're doing parsing, you want to try and keep everything left recursive, which I think I've done. I think this should be this looks left recursive unless I haven't implemented it wrong. I might have to change these to be functions so that at the very least it can. All right, we're gonna do something here. I'd prefer these to be a single time initialized, but we're gonna change these to functions so that they're not evaluated until they're called. But then they get evaluated every time they're called. So I'm gonna see if this will fix. At the very least, I think I'll still get a Stack Overflow, but at the very least, it'll make it so that the static initialization of it doesn't just cause it to crash before saying which test failed. So I'd much prefer this to not be, each of these parts to be recomputed each time. That feels excessive. And I could be wrong. This could also cause a Stack Overflow when it gets initialized. So now I'm hoping I get Stack Overflows on calling these. Interesting. Interesting. Here, let's come over here. Run test. What does the error get? Kind of a... All right, let's look at our... It's going to be an interesting one to debug, I think. Interesting one to debug. Add sub-expression or numeric expression. Numeric expression should be easy. So just to test it out, if I change this just to numeric expression, these should basically all pass, all fail, but not just have the question marks. They should actually fail. Okay, so that's true. I don't get a Stack Overflow. So my overflow is in this add sub expression, which shouldn't be right recursive. So our add sub expression, unless this optional is doing something that I don't quite understand. Okay, so let's make this maybe these should all be public. I'm not sure. Let's make these public. And then in my test, I don't like making everything public, but that's okay. My other option would be to make this a friendly assembly, which it might already be actually. All right, so I want to test specifically because this comes in, the issue is like this comes back to arithmetic expression. So there, but it's left side recursion. It shouldn't be right side recursion. And so this should be okay. We're gonna just start testing these each individually. All right, so we have some interesting bug going on here. We're gonna test them each individually, see if we can get them working. This is an excellent example of a spot to start writing tests. So if you're not doing test-driven development, which I don't always do, but when you run into a bug and you have a bug like this is a good sign that, hey, maybe I should write a test for that thing so you can reproduce it. So in this case, I'm gonna start by creating, this is gonna be our mole. See if we can get this working the way I want it to. Not open up all of these tests. I made a copy here. Let's rename this. This should be our mole div expression parser test. Let's clear out these. I'll leave one. We'll call this mole div expression parser test. Okay. And I want to use the parser, the mole div expression. Right, so in our, why are you undoing? Just gonna close that. In our parser, our mole div is this thing. So it maybe not the best thing to test because like this comes back into the arithmetic expression. Okay, that should be okay because that's sort of what we want. This comes in the add sub, which is mole div. This one's, it's a little tricky to parse or to test. Mole div single. So it should be on the left side an arithmetic expression. So the arithmetic expression on it could just be, oh, I think I see the recursion. This is why the parenthesis is here. I see the infinite recursion on the left side. So, okay, I see the infinite recursion. I see the infinite recursion. This is why I have the parenthesis here. Let me look at the grammar I had for my other language. 1 second. Yeah. Okay. It should be that it is, the parenthesis there is important to prevent the infinite recursion. So do I add those parentheses in now to solve this? This is interesting. I'm noodling. My brain is processing what's my best approach here. Now I know what's going on because I looked at this a little closer. When I come to do my arithmetic expression, it comes in and just keeps coming down on the left side forever. And so, of course, it's never going to hit anything. I can't do value first because, of course, it's going to find a value and then it'll stop. And the arithmetic expression, so I might need to just add something here. The arithmetic, we have this top level idea of an expression. My add sub might actually be my arithmetic expression. Okay, I think I'm seeing that. My add sub expression is actually my arithmetic expression. And my factor though, my term, this allows me to add a parentheses. All right, so paren or value essentially. Let us come in here. This is tricky for me. I'm just trying. The naming on all of these things is just so they're not named well, and so that gets my brain wrapped up in naming a little bit. I know that I just basically need a separate parser for doing the parenthesis or an expression. These names are stupid. These names. So for anyone who doesn't know, these names come from the Tiny Basic language grammar, which I basically went through. I've implemented Tiny Basic a couple times, and so these come from, where's the grammar? These come from this grammar. I didn't make, and I think they're terrible names. They don't help me at all. Of term, factor, expression, and they're very, very confusing to me. They don't make sense in my mind. And the term factor and term and expression sort of break down whether or not you're doing addition or division in that way. And so maybe I do just need to have a factor here, because a factor is a variable number. I see where I've gone wrong. I've seen where I've gone wrong. The factor, this is what I should call sort of my atom. ATOM is what I was referring to as before, where it's sort of like, this is like it's actually the whole program. It's the whole program type thing of like, well, if you're a variable, if you're an identifier, you're done. If you're a number, you're done. Otherwise, you must be an expression wrapped in parentheses. Okay, so I do think I need to add in parentheses here. And so this add sub expression, we want to wrap that in parentheses. So I'm going to add another parse that says with parentheses. And I think we can add that in there and it should fix a lot of this issue. This will end up not being an arithmetic expression. My arithmetic expression sort of becomes this top level thing that I did with my add sub. Okay, so we'll do that. We'll change add sub to arithmetic expression, which is just like super confusing to me. So I'm gonna add a synonym for it. Before we start doing that though, I just want to welcome, we have a new crew member. It's either C Hero 4 or Sherry 04, Share 04. C Hero 4. Welcome aboard, my friend. I'm gonna try and sing your name. I apologize for pronouncing it and butchering it. It's hard for me to know how it's pronounced, but I'm gonna go Share is here, and I'd like to welcome you. Yeah, we've got Chair 04, and I'd like to welcome you to the crew. Chair 04, welcome to the crew, my friend. Thank you so much for following. Welcome to Captain Coder's Academy. We are currently implementing a programming language called DiceLang. DiceLang plus plus. It's a simple interpreted, function. I think I'm gonna make it a functional programming language. A simple interpreted programming language in which we have dice notation. Dice notation. Let me open up my example file here. Dice notation is a built-in type. It's a built-in type here. 3dx represents an integer value that is the result of rolling three six-sided dice. So that's what we're working on. Every week we try and do a new project. Sometimes they take 2 weeks, sometimes they take 3 weeks, but welcome aboard. Happy to have you here. If you have any questions, programming related or otherwise, do not hesitate to ask. I love having your questions, and backseat coding is welcome. So if you see me struggling, if you see something you think you could do better, or if you just have a question, maybe not even better, but if you see something, say something, because I love that. Xcoding, welcome aboard, my friend. Hello, happy Sunday. How are you on this beautiful Sunday? I hope it's a beautiful day for you. It's a beautiful day for me. Enter Amano is here today, and you followed me, and I'd like to say thank you for following the academy, where we learn to code and grow together. Thank you for following me. Enter Amano. I'm probably butchering that name. If I'm pronouncing it incorrectly, do not hesitate to correct me. I love having you here today, though, on this beautiful Sunday. Welcome aboard. Welcome to the crew. Xcoding asks, says, happy Sunday. I'm doing okay. They said, how are you? I'm doing fabulous. Any day I can wake up and code is a beautiful day in my neck of the woods. I'm having a beautiful morning, my friend. Thank you so much for asking. And Real Paddywhack, that's right. Whoa, welcome back, Real Paddywhack. How are you on this beautiful Sunday? I hope you're having a beautiful Sunday, Real Paddywhack. Real Paddywhack, I love that name. What a good name. Folks, before we hop back into it, I just want to let people know. We're doing a giveaway this week. We did a giveaway last week, and we're doing a giveaway. If you want to enter, you just got to go to the Discord. I know there's a lot of Discords. Go to the Discord. It's because the bot on Discord, it makes it so easy for me to do giveaways. Go to the Discord. We're giving away this Captain Coder hologram. Laser engraved Captain Coder hologram. Look at this thing. This laser engraved Captain Coder hologram. Comes with the remote. What did I do? I always lose the remote, folks. Comes with this amazing little remote, this little dealie here, and you can turn it on. Look at this hologram could be yours. If you join into the giveaway, all you gotta do is join the Discord, click that little reaction, and at the end of the week, we'll be doing a giveaway. Last week's winner was Retinator won this beautiful Captain Coder laser engraved orange tumbler here. Captain Coder engraved tumbler. These were donated by our very own MMO Pugs, folks. Very own MMO Pugs, incredible person, fabulous friend of the channel. Real Paddywhack says, doing good, keeping my fingers crossed that I finally got my sleep schedule back on track. I hope you got your sleep schedule back on track too. I was so sick, I got so out of it. I'm finally getting back. It feels normal this weekend. You create a programming language, Xcoding, that's correct. We are creating our very own programming language here called DiceLang. We're not quite there yet. We just started, this is day two. It's gonna look something like this. The gimmick of this language is essentially that we have numeric types that are dice notation. So this would be an integer. So you'd be able to write expressions like this, but this would be an integer that represents three six-sided dice being rolled. This is going to be a built-in mechanic, a built-in feature of the language. So someone on the Discord asked if we could do a project. We do a new project here every week. 2 weeks sometimes. This is looking like a 2-week project. This is a learning project for us. But if you have any project ideas, feel free to hop on the Discord and suggestion. But gone creating something else. That's how I go. I always want to do, there's always something new. There's always something new to try out here. But we have a little bug here in our parser where we have this infinite recursion, and I think I know how to fix it though. So we're gonna try and fix it here. Before we do that though, we're getting all sorts of new crew members. We got Svekos. Welcome, Speckos, yes. I would like to welcome you today, yes, Speckos. Welcome to Captain Coder's Academy. Welcome, my friend, today to Captain Coder's Academy. Welcome. Oh, it's too high. It's too high. Speckles, I'm so sorry. I tried. I should have started lower. I got way too high there. Terrible song. Speckles, I'm so sorry I ruined your welcome song. 50 points to you for having to endure that, but thank you so much for being here. And thank you. Bring it back here. And everyone for having to listen to that terrible song. 50 points to everybody. Speckles, though, welcome aboard. Happy to have you here on this beautiful Sunday. We also got Inch High Leprechaun. Inch High Leprechaun is here today. Inch High Leprechaun, I would like to welcome you to the crew, my friend. Thank you for following me. I said, Inch High Leprechaun, I'd like to thank you for coming to the academy. Inch High Leprechaun, welcome aboard, my friend. Happy Sunday. Welcome to Captain Coder's Academy, where we learn and code and grow together as a crew. You are now part of that crew, so you're welcome to learn and code and grow with us. For anyone who's new here, Lobster Kovic, thank you so much for letting me know the camera's full screen. It was not intended. I was showing, well, now it is. I was showing off this sweet hologram, folks. This sweet hologram you could win. Look at that sweet hologram. It lights up and everything. It lights up. I don't know if hologram is the right word, but yeah, look at this. Boom. Look at that hologram go. It lights up. You can win this. We're doing a giveaway this week for the sweet hologram. All you got to do, join the Discord, go over to the giveaways channel. And I know I'm repeating myself again. I'm sure you're tired of hearing it. Go to the giveaway channel, hit that little ta-da reaction to get yourself a chance to win it. I will ship it anywhere the United States Postal Service will let me ship it. No cost to you, So get in there, give it a shot. If you want yourself some sweet Captain Coder swag, that's how you can get it. That's the only way to get it. You can't just buy Captain Coder swag, unless you make it yourself. But yeah, Inch High Leprechaun, every crew member gets their own intro song, my friend. So welcome aboard, welcome to the crew. Happy to have you here. What are we working on? We are writing our very own programming language this week. This is probably gonna be a 2-week project, but we're gonna see if we can do it in 1 week. Suggested to us by 100 Acres on the Discord. If you want to suggest your own project, you can do that on the Discord, on the Suggest a Project channel. But we have this infinite recursion going on. And so I actually need to make it so that parentheses are included. Oh yeah, so I was gonna write a public static parser of type T with parens. All right, so this is gonna take in a parser of type T, parser public static parser T. Do I gotta do that? T to wrap. So this is the parser we're gonna wrap. And so basically we're just gonna find all the white space. We're gonna do from, we're gonna take white space leading in parse dot white space dot mini. We're gonna take all the white space in the front, and then we're gonna parse ourselves, and then we're gonna say from, this is gonna be an this is gonna be like open in parse dot care. We're looking specifically for an open parenthesis, just one there. And then from, this is gonna be like some, then we're gonna actually get our expression. This is the wrapped in here, in to wrap. So this is gonna actually parse do the actual parsing that we want. And then we're gonna get all the trailing white space, trailing white space in parse.whitespace.mini. So we're gonna pull all the white space off the end, and we gotta find the closing paren, folks, the closing parenthesis. And then we're just gonna return the thing that was wrapped. That's really all we're gonna do. Close, it should be closed paren. And so this is gonna, any parser that we have, we can say, well, we're just gonna wrap it in parentheses like this. And so this is gonna be our arithmetic expression anymore. We're gonna rename this to be, like, factor might be the right word for it, but I'm gonna call it, I think atom is the right, like, say, like expression atom or something. In this case, this is gonna be with parents. I type with parents isn't the right thing. This should be with parenthesis. Is that it? Is that how we spell parenthesis? parenthesis. That looks wrong. Is this correct? Is this the correct way to spell parenthesis? Parenthesis. I can't believe 75 minutes have passed since we did our last stretch break, folks. We're coming up on our next break here. All right, so with parenthesis, and this isn't with an expression. This is now becomes our, in our other language, this was called our factor. All right, so, and then our expression. Okay, so this becomes factor. And then I'm gonna do a top level thing, public static parser, I expression, arithmetic expression. Really, this is just gonna be equivalent to our add sub expression. It's just gonna be a little bit easier to think about in this manner. In my mind, it's a little bit easier to think about rather than add sub. And we might actually add a little minus sign in front of it. I'm noticing that we actually can't put just a negative in front of something. This is also saying it can be, so right here, this sort of regular expression, we're saying it can have a plus sign, a minus sign, or the empty string. This is what this little epsilon looks for. I think that's epsilon. Should be the empty string here. All right, can we build .NET? Folks, will it build? We're about to find out if it'll build. 3, 2, 1, let's build. And no compiler errors. That means it's gonna work first time, right? Right? No. All right, let's try running our tests again. Oh, it's gonna be still calling factor here, which is not what we want. Yeah, everything's broken, nothing is working. These should still be, rather than factor, this should be arithmetic expression. Arithmetic. Don't judge me for saying arithmetic. I feel like I can't decide, my brain cannot figure out which one it should be, arithmetic or arithmetic. Mole expression, I don't even know if we need this anymore. Let's come over here. These should not be factors, this should be arithmetic. Real Patty back with the PogChamp. That's right, folks. Can we get some PogChamps in here? Can we get a whoa? Get some PogChamps in here. If we get enough PogChamps, you could get a whoa at no charge. Get a whoa at no charge if you get enough PogChamps. Or seems goods. Okay, so some of these pass. The 5 plus 2 plus 9 doesn't pass for some reason, which is fascinating to me. This is fascinating. Let's change this, because this should be addition expression parser. Did we get rid of addition expression? I think we got rid of addition expression. Let's change this. That's Lobster Kovic. Thank you for the PogChamp. Does it happen if I get in there with it? PogChamp. We'll see. We'll see if the counter get high enough. We got to get 5 people. 5 people with the PogChamps. But it's okay if people aren't woed. It's okay if you're not woed. Today's maybe not a woeing day. Today may not be a woeing day. This is so interesting. 5 plus 2 plus 9. I'm really curious what the resulting expression is. Thank you, Smap, for the PogChamp there. Oh, we're so close, Mono. Thank you for the. Well, we just got to get a few more, 2 more, I think, and then we'll be there. We'll be there, folks. Real Paddywhack. Well, there has to be 5 unique people. Real Paddywhack. You've already maybe they don't count if it discounted you initially. We got to get 5 different people, which can be a challenge. Get 5 different people to get as excited as you are. And so we just have to wait and see. I'm going to debug this and see first what the expression that is that's coming out. What expression are we getting at the end of the day here? So we should have an iResult expression. All right, so let's close that. Results value. All right, so we ended up with, let's keep looking here, a addition expression with just a 5 and a 2. Okay, so having that third one in there for some reason didn't get the chain that continued on down the path. Okay, so we didn't continue on. And so let's see if we can figure out what's going on with that. 5 plus 2, and then it stopped. It didn't get to the plus 9. 5 plus 2. Which is interesting. So the mul div. All right, so let's start with just getting the mul div, which the test we were writing before with just mul div expression. Mul div expression is what we're going to test. Let's do a test template here. Parse mul div 6. Parse mul 6 times 3 times 2 times 2. So this will be 6 times 3 times 2. Let's see if we can get that to work. 6 times 3 is 18 times 2 should be what, 36? 6 times 3 times 2 is that 36? 6 times 3 times 2, 36. Oh, I can still do math, folks. I can still do math sometimes. So this should be 36. Run just this test. So my guess is that it's going to come out incorrectly. Failed. We got 18, so it did 6 times 3, and then it didn't keep parsing. So let's go look at our parser real quick. I killed the recursion, so now it doesn't 36. I keep meaning to do control. My control Z is in a weird spot on my keyboard that my fingers don't like to click right now. So we got to parse a mul div expression parser test. Let's go to my parser, mul div expression. So mul div does the factor. Okay, so mul div, this is now factor expr. Let's rename that to factor expression. And this is now our factor expression. And the factor expression does wrap our add sub expression. What am I doing incorrectly here? Is it that? Let me look at my previous grammar again. My previous grammar. We have factor. Did I put a mini on my? Oh, I may actually have to do mini. And then chain them together because I'm only parsing it once. Oh, this shouldn't be parsed options parsed mini. That's what this should be. We want to parse the right side many times. Which is a little tricky to do because we have to like keep passing it in. That makes sense. The right side, okay. So we have the right side here once. So rather than it being optional, it's optional to do it once. Hang on. No, I'm wrong. Right side. It's an optional right side multiplication. The right side, when we do a factor, yeah, I have this star here, so it should be many times. Is that the way that it was done in Tiny Basic? Yes. Okay, so that's where I'm going wrong because I'm doing it an optional once where it actually needs to be a mini. And the mini on it, yeah, the mini on it. Christoph Howard says, hail. Christoph Howard, welcome aboard, my friend. Welcome back. How are you on this beautiful Sunday? I hope you're having a beautiful day. I know I am. I'm having any day I can wake up and code. It's a beautiful day. It's so nice to see you here. Thank you so much for your sharing on the Discord last night. For me, it was last night. Might have not been last night for you. But thank you so much for the recommendation here Where was it? It's in rec. I need to clean up these channels a little bit. It's in text channels. No, not text channels. Help resources. Recommendations feels like it should be somewhere else. Nice recommendation here. Thank you so much for that. I have 28 text channels, but a lot of them are just like archive channels that only I can post in. Recommendation feels like a weird thing to be in help resources. We were trying to clean this up. We had some ideas for cleaning it up, but thank you so much for this. This was a wonderful little performance that you shared. Thank you for that. Yeah, I appreciate you being here, Christoph. Happy Sunday. We're about to go on a break here. How long do we have? Can I fix this before the break? 5 minutes. Yikes. This should really be a mini. This should really be a mini, but that's going to produce something a little bit strange because it's rather than passing in the left side on it, it sort of propagates that left side through. So it's almost like optional right side with the left on here, and then this right side division, rather than just reading a division expression, it's sort of like a right side, and then rather than being a factor expression, and then it's like an optional, yeah. So then here, this needs to be another optional rest, remaining. So this is like factor. This will be our factor. Let me do rename here, factor. All right, but really the factor here becomes there's an optional expression that kind of optional optional mini. So we sort of continue on this way where we say, okay, well, really we need to do another optional here where we say, okay, well, optionally we can parse this thing. It's essentially this thing again. But instead we're passing in factor. Factor is now the left side. Factor. And we'll say here, this is the optional mini dot get or else factor. So we either can get an additional expression or pass a factor in. Okay. Let me keep looking here. I see some stuff going on in the chat. Bear with me, folks. I'm trying to finish in this 5 minutes. So I'm in focus mode right now, just to make sure that we can get there. All right, this is our factor. So this should expression, and maybe I should just call it factor. And then this should be right side multiplication or division, left side, and then this becomes optional. This is a little gross. This code feels so duplicated and gross. And notice I'm changing stuff both sides, and I have to manage that tricksiness on both sides. So this feels like it should be abstracted somewhere. And so now this is an optional right side multiplication, right side division. Feels a little bit awkward here. I think this might get us our mul div test working though. I'm gonna do a test on it. Maybe I shouldn't do arithmetic expression here. Maybe I should do our mul div because I'm mul div expression. We're gonna try that. Okay, so that was it. We found the issue is that I wasn't doing the star here. So I was parsing it one time and we need an optionally. So this sort of says the star in regular expression is saying that it's one or zero or more of the things inside. So we needed to repeat it by optionally at the end repeating it there. So there we go. Let's see here. Christoph, let me see what you said. A few weeks ago in Westery 1's Discord, I took the time to do that, and I'm trying to stay on top of the channels now. Well, I'm sure they appreciate it there. 100 Acres is one of my students and also mods, and they came up with, I thought, what was pretty good there. With our stuff here. Recommendations, almost, so help/resources felt like the right place to do it, but might just need to be in text channels in general. But then text channels is like, again, I don't know. Christoph says, also, last Friday I noticed the ThinkPad Setups subreddit had no mods and was up for claim via Reddit request. Yikes. So I have a request in to become the top mod of a subreddit with 5K people. Interesting. Do you want to be a mod on the ThinkPad subreddits? Are you like a big ThinkPadder? Real Panic says, oh nice, you're right in line for what I can only assume is the stickiest subreddit on the platform. Yeah. All jokes aside, I'd love to be able to use one of those old ThinkPads. Yeah. Okay, folks, we've gone 90 minutes here without a break. We found our issue. We're very, very close to actually, we've added support. We're very, very close to having the first 2 tasks done here. So when we get back, I think we can finish these both tasks sort of like we added parens because we kind of had to, but I think we're gonna be able to get it done. So hang tight, folks. So I get myself a little bit more. I'm gonna top off my bean water. I'm gonna top off my regular water. Then we're gonna come back. We're gonna do some stretches, folks. We're gonna come back. We're gonna do some stretches, and then we're gonna finish this. We're gonna finish these arithmetic expressions. That said, folks, bear with me, hang tight, and I shall return. And the captain's back, folks. Thank you so much for hanging on with me. We are back. We're gonna take care of ourselves. Moon is checking that, just coming in to flex on everybody. Moon is just coming in to flex. making sure that he's still in first place. Folks, if you don't know Mooniz, thanks for popping in. Mooniz is an indie game developer, incredible streamer, working on Metroidvania base game. Not only is a streamer, he has a YouTube channel as well, where he does Unity tutorials. I'm not sure if there's plans to do things beyond Unity tutorials. Making a Metroidvania game. Lovely, lovely person, folk. Lovely person. Real quick, but again, I know I've been giving a lot of self-promotion, but I want everyone to know. Coming up this coming Tuesday. Smab, you are still in the top 10, my friend. Still in the top 10. Nicely done. Coming up on Tuesday, we're gonna be doing an office hours, folks. Tuesday, if you go into the Discord, you can see it'll show it in your local time, 9:15 my local time. It's a little tough for some people to make it to these. I'm gonna try and find a variety of times. Maybe I should do one on a weekend here sometime. But we're gonna be doing an office hours, folks, where I'm talking about C# delegates. What the heck is a delegate? Should you be using them? What are the built-in delegates that you could use? How can they be used to make your code cleaner? What is the benefits? Why, what is a delegate? Some people are like, what the heck's a delegate? So come on to Office Hours on Tuesday. We're gonna be talking about that to kick it off. After we're done talking about the delegates, I'm gonna take your questions, suggest a topic, ask a question, and share your own project. So be sure to hop in to the Discord to come check out Office Hours on Tuesday. But while my bean water cools off, folks, we're gonna do some stretching. So get on up with me. Get on up. Please stand up. Would the real coders please stand up? Because we're gonna do some stretching, folks. We're gonna do some stretching. Take care of ourselves. The captain loves you, which means you should love you. And if you love you, you should love your body. And your body needs that love. One way to love your body is to give it some stretches. Get it some stretches. So get on up, folks. We are gonna take care of ourselves. We're gonna start off. Take that arm. See if you can get it on the flat of your back there. Grab the elbow and pull it across if you can. You don't have to, but we're trying to get a stretch here. Just stretch along this side here, taking care of ourselves. If you still don't feel anything, you might feel something right away without even adding any extra tension to it. If it hurts, stop, especially if it's hurting in the shoulder. If it hurts anywhere, stop. You just want to get a little bit of a tension there. If you're still not feeling anything, you can even lean into it a little bit. I like to lean to the side and get a nice stretch in. We're just gonna hold this for 20 more seconds, folks. Portugal 9, thank you so much for the follow. If you hang tight, my friend, you're gonna eat yourself a great song. It's just hard to sing while I'm stretching, but you're gonna eat yourself your very own crew member song if you hang tight just for a moment. But welcome aboard. Happy to have you here on this beautiful Sunday. Oh yeah, stretch it out. I got a little kink in the shoulder that I'm working on. Take that other hand, touch it on the flat of your back, pull it across. Oh yeah. Doesn't it feel lovely? Oh, taking care of ourselves like we deserve to be taken care of, because you're a lovely person. You're gonna hold this for 20 more seconds, folks. Oh yeah. Oh, I love it. Don't you love it? Don't you love taking care of your body? Oh, it feels good, folks. 5 more seconds. Just, hold it in there nice and good. Get that stretch going and release. Oh yeah. Oh, doesn't it feel good? Let's go ahead and do a calf stretch, folks. You can't see me here. Oh, we're gonna do a little bit of calf stretching. I have myself a block that I'm gonna be using to lower my heel. But if you want to, you can just plant that heel into the ground, point those toes up, and then just lean forward until you get a little bit of tension again in that calf muscle. I'm gonna go ahead and stand on top of my block here to get that stretch in for myself. Oh yeah. We're just gonna hold that for 25 seconds. Get yourself a nice little calf stretch going. Oh yeah, that's wonderful. Doesn't it feel good to take care of your body? If you really, really wanna get into it, just lean forward into it a little bit more, especially if you have your own block. You can really get that stretch going. Again, you don't wanna hurt yourself. If there's pain, stop. It should just be a little bit of tension. Get that nice stretch going. We're gonna hold this 10 more seconds and we're gonna switch sides. Oh yeah. Doesn't that calf feel wonderful? Doesn't it feel wonderful to love yourself? I think it does. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and release that. We're gonna switch sides here. Get that other foot onto your block, or the toes point out. We're gonna stretch that other calf. Oh yeah. Ooh, this one's. It's interesting how asymmetric my body always feels. I would expect it. I'm wrong. Every time I'm wrong. This side, my right side, always feels like it needs more stretch in my left side, which is interesting because I'm sort of right-sided. I'm right-handed. I'm right-footed. I'm right-brained. I don't know if that's true, actually. I got a left and a right brain. Everyone usually does. Most people do. All right, we're gonna hold this for another 10 more seconds. Just, oh yeah. Oh yeah, just getting that stretch, taking care of ourselves, really, really loving that body. And then we're gonna do a quad stretch next, folks. Do a quadricep next. All right, go ahead and release that. Maybe roll that ankle out a little bit. Oh, I'm rolling my ankle. You can't see me rolling it, but getting a little bit of ankle roll in there. Do a quad stretch next. If you can't quite get your leg up like I can, that's okay. Maybe you can just get yourself maybe up on a chair a little bit and just lean down into that quad stretch. But I'm gonna get my leg up, grab my foot, bring it up. And the goal here is just to take care of yourself. Get that blood moving a little bit, especially if you've been sitting for an hour or more. That blood's just stagnating somewhere, usually in your feet, maybe in your butt if you're sitting down like most people do. I'm a stander. Oh, just getting that nice stretch in. Oh, that's good. Oh, that's wonderful. Wonderful stuff. Christoph Howard, you said PM would just help time-wise for me. I just missed. I don't know exactly. I must have missed something. I apologize for missing something. If I missed something and you wanted me to see it, feel free to post it again. The last thing I remember is you were talking about being a mod on the ThinkPad subreddit. All right, let that leg down. I'm gonna switch sides here, get that other leg up. Oh, with office hours, gotcha. If you're on the Discord, by default, you're part of the office hours tag. You can remove yourself in the roles channel if you want to. But I will definitely be tagging people for office hours when it's starting on Tuesday morning for me. Oh yeah, another 10 seconds, folks, and then we're gonna get back into coding. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. And let that down. Shake it out, folks. Shake it out. Oh, isn't it lovely? Isn't it lovely to take care of yourself? Thank you guys so much for joining me in that. I know you did. I know you loved yourself. And so for joining me in that stretch, all of you are gonna get 50 points. All 46 of you get 50 points for being here, stretching with me, taking care of our bodies. And we're gonna hop back into it now. We are gonna finish up our parser here for adding arithmetic expressions. The last little thing, and I'm kind of, the way we're doing this feels a little bit gross. Christoph says, I did remember right, and this is Leah's fourth, sorry if I'm pronouncing wrong, fourth original music song, and the last time they posted original music was 2 years ago. Ooh, I would love to hear some more. I'd love to mod it. I've noticed that it has maybe 6 posts per month. Gotcha. And of course, prior to 9 months ago, I think was when it went unmoderated. Gotcha. I do have a question for you, Christoph. I've never felt like I've wanted to be a moderator. So I'm curious, what is your motivation for wanting to be a moderator? What is it that drives you to be a moderator in general? I'm curious. Post the other 3, yes, please do. Oh, and that's right, we got Portugal 9 as a follower. Portugal 9. Thank you for following. Thank you for following me. Yeah, I said Portugal 9. Thank you, my friend, for following the Captain Coder. Portugal 9, thank you so much for the follow, and welcome aboard, my friend. Welcome aboard. Real Pettybuck says, top 8 somehow. Look, you get points just for hanging out, having a good time. And look, you spend points sometimes, Real Pettybuck, so you really, you know, I think there's like an all-time option. I need to switch everything to our, I just don't have it in time. I need to switch out of Stream Elements and into Firebot because it tracks so much better the pointage. So it'll have like, you know, total points earned, total points spent. So there'll be leaderboards for points spent, points earned, you know, lots of more stuff there in my opinion. And also, you know, that one I like more because you can have, you know, passive points, but the thing I really like is the active points, where you get points for how much you participate. And I love when people, not that I don't love lurkers. I love the lurkers, folks. The lurkers are what make this channel possible. But I also love when people ask me questions. That's my favorite part. Lobster Grover says unchecked power, probably. I hope not, because being a moderator doesn't give you unchecked power. Or it shouldn't. It shouldn't. It just always feels like too much of a responsibility to me. Okay, so we added this option on the right side here. This code I don't like. notice it's sort of, I'm gonna do a thing here. It says public static parser expression, right, just expression, expression, right side mul div, expression left side. So really, this thing is like this. And then at the end of the day, we take in like the constructor. And the constructor takes in a left side and a right side. So this would be a expression, expression left, expression. Whoa is correct. Real Paddywhack, thank you for the whoa again. I forgot to reset my timer there. Reset, break. Thank you so much for the whoa, Real Paddywhack. And I appreciate you. I appreciate it. Oh yeah, I'm sure I'll be a point peasant on the OAT board. I love it. I love it. I'm actually always, I've been really, really surprised that more people don't use, I added the channel points because I'm not what was I gonna say? I added the channel points because people seems to want it, and I'm surprised how few people use it. So I love when you use it, Real Paddywhack. It makes me feel like, all right, good. We got a whoa in there. We got some good stuff going on. All right, I do need this. This would be called our constructor, like this. And there's one other thing that we kind of gotta do as well. So I'm gonna take this, I'm gonna put it here, and this would be our constructor. Dot invoke. Oh, this should be a function. This should be a function. Expression. This is why I was confused. Expression. Constructor. Do I have to say invoke here? Func constructor, not a new, just constructor, like that. And then the actual, char symbol like this. And so this becomes parse right side operator symbol like that. Factor expression. Right side with multiply, this becomes right side mul dev. Okay, so this one becomes a forward to right side. Okay, this is where things get good. This becomes right side mul div of left side, and then the symbol is multiply, and the function is AB goes to new multiplication expression AB. Is it gonna force me to say expression, expression? And it would be cool if I could just pass in that constructor in general. And this should just be an expression. That's what's going on. Right side mul dev. There we go. Expression like this. And similar for this one down here. This becomes the division expression. Just has to be this thing here where we specify left side and then the division, and this becomes a division expression, right side expression. So we can break that down a little bit, and then this just becomes an optional right side mul div like that. Christoph says, interesting question. I got into moderating from being one of Red String Magic's regulars, never missing a stream. Then I helped out Sarah as an admin in the Discord, and then she offered moderating the 2 sibling Twitch channels. Next was me applying and getting mod in the Age of Empires mobile community. Then most recently I applied and got into the mod and Ash TL stream, and when mod access were open. There's my mod timeline. That's probably my best answer right now for your question. So you've just, but I've also been passionate about being a role model and leader in real life too. Gotcha. Real Peter says, I've had my fair share of attempts at community moderation. It's apparently not something I'm particularly good at. I don't think I would be good at it. I really don't. You guys have probably seen me be like in my stream, I get real twitchy and panicky when there's anything going on in my stream, and I'm like, maybe I should, you know, I'm not good at it. Christoph, I don't know that you actually answered my question of why do you answered the question saying where you've moderated, how you got into moderating, but not why you like moderating. That was sort of the question I have, is like, why do you want to be a moderator? I see that you got into moderating. What do you like about it? Do you get satisfaction out of it? What are the reasons you enjoy it? That's the question. Right side, this would be our left side, like this. Right side mold div. Oh, this actually still is the optional, like that. Let me rename this. This is like a factor right side. I think I'm making too many things. Right side factor operator, like this, and then really my right side public static parser I expression is right side mul div is one of, it's essentially the font. It's I expression left side, and this becomes right side multiplication of left side dot or right side division left side. That's sort of what this turned into. This is what I was looking for. I wanted the optional. I was breaking this down here because it looked a little bit awkward, but maybe I like this, having the right side here and here. I think I'm okay with that. And this is just sort of like our helper method. This one's going to definitely be private because it's a helper method internally. Okay. Let's run those tests again. That's going to fail, but does this... Oh, didn't I write a moldiv expression here? Oh, we also got a new crew member, folks. We got a new crew member, Siwa55. Sorry, I was so focused on my code there. Siwa55, I'd like to welcome you to the crew, my friend, today. Yeah, we've got Siwa55, and I'd like to say thank you so much for following me, Siwa55. Siwa55, thank you so much for the follow, my friend. Happy Sunday. Welcome to the crew. Welcome to Captain Coder's Academy. Christoph says, I really enjoy being a liaison to the community and helping people out with Twitch or anything else I know about. I also enjoy making sure the community stay a safe space for all. That's a great reason. That's a great reason. Well, thank you so much for your answer, Christoph. Christoph, I appreciate you being here. Christoph, 50 points to you, my friend. Thank you so much. You only have 312 points. That can't be right. Christoph, did you give all your points, or did I type your name? Christoph Howard. What? How is that possible? How is that possible? Add points. How is that? Did I just spell it wrong? Christoph Howard 50. How do you only have 312? That's wild to me. You are here all the time. That can't be right. Did you spend them on something? Or give them away? My mind is blown. I'm not here often enough. That doesn't make sense. So you get 100 points per hour for being here. And you've been, there's no way you don't have more points. So that would say that you've only been in the chat for like 2 hours, which can't possibly be true. Did you change your name? Was it Christoph Howard with no space at one point? Wow. My mind is blown. My mind is blown. I'm super confused by that. If you changed your username, it would have done something to it. Because I know you can change your username. Maybe that did it. Okay. So if you changed your name, your username, I can transfer those points. Just need to know what your past username was. Okay. So our division is working. Let's look at this. Corfless, hello. Are you there, Corfless? Here in the chat, my friend. Folks, Corfless, outstanding member of the community, moderator extraordinaire. Corfless, my friend, thank you so much for being here. Have you been asleep? Did you get any sleep yet? I saw you up working on TAS 100. I didn't have a chance to pop in. I was too busy just prepping for my stream. Have you slept at all? Because I feel, but you know, anyway, Corfless, incredible streamer as well, folks, does a beautiful variety stream. Beautiful variety stream. Past username was my current one minus the underscore. So you added the underscore in. Okay, so let's see points. Let's see how many points the other Christoph Howard have. Or am I being boozled right now? So you did have 4,012 points. Am I just being boozled right now? And there's a Christoph Howard without the underscore who's here to rob the real Christoph of their points. Let's do add points here. Rather than doing a transfer points, I'm just gonna add points here. Christoph Howard, 4,012 points, my friends. There you go. Real Patrick says, oh dang, the boozlin'. The boozlin'. That would be quite the boozle. Someone might pull on me. We'll do the add points, so the real Christoph Howard will still have points, and we'll just give you some extra ones there. So it's maybe a little bit of a boozle, but hopefully not too much. There we go. Thanks. Point heist of the century until I'm done. That's right, real Paddywhack. Draco the Boozle said that's about get us all more than 4,000 points. Maybe Draco. Maybe Draco. You know, maybe. Just a maybe, but maybe not. All right, let's take a look here. We need to get our, the right side of the addition. Same thing's going on where we have this optional we got to do. Real Panic says, I lost all my points. My old account used to be the Captain Coder. I'm sorry, Real Panic. I'm sorry for your loss. Corp says, it's 1 a.m. here and still cannot find my solution to the level in TIS 100. Gotcha. How far are you in it? Do you know? Which level are you on? Christoph said, you could always do / mods somewhere. I moderated to verify it's me. I have no idea how to do that, but that's okay. Look, Captain Coder is a simpleton. Ooh, that's pretty good, Corfless. I know it's a challenging game. There's a lot of challenges in there. Level 11's not bad. We should maybe stream that someday here. That might be a fun thing to do. Rip says, assembly programming with 1.5 registers, 12 instructions, and a ham sandwich is a cruel mistress. Yeah, and a ham sandwich. I like that. Okay, so over here, this is the issue. We're only parsing one, so we gotta make sure that we parse multiple. So we're gonna call something right side. So we called it right side factor operator. We're gonna do something similar with the another operator. It's gonna be our right side. Do our right side, add sub. Right side add sub, and this rather than being a factor should be this sub expression. Okay, and our parse right side operator. Is this being even used? Parse right side. Oh, this is just a right side operator. Parse is a symbol on the left, and then an operate, then the rest of something on the right. Okay. And then, I could make this take a parser. That would be an interesting way to use it, I think. Yeah, I like that. We're not gonna do that right now. This is like my brain's working through some refactors. This is internal. Let me move this up here, because it's making me it's boozling me. It's boozling me there. Let's come back down here. Right side, add sub expression. So right side addition becomes just right side add sub expression with the left side forward. The symbol we're looking for is the plus sign, and the constructor becomes left, right, and new addition expression left, right. Let's see if the type analyzer can do this for us. There we go. There we go. Beautiful. Beautiful. Excellent. Fabulous. In the chat, Square says, anyway, I will continue my work as a student, aka assignment. Enjoy your time, Corvus, as always. Keep coding, keep programming, be the best you can be. And you are welcome back anytime, my friend. You are welcome back anytime. Thank you for popping in. Nerdwall says, I need 4,000 more points, saving up for the 18,000 points. Ooh, Nerdwaffle going for that bundle that's been there forever. I almost took it off. I almost just took it off because it's taking up space, but I'll leave it. I'll leave it for you. Real Patty Wax says, I always get stuck on level 3 every time I try and get back to that game. Interesting. Maybe we should check it out. Nerdwaffle says, also, hello, Captain. How are you today? I'm doing fabulous, Nerdwaffle. Any day I can wake up and code is a beautiful day, and I'm having so much fun working on a programming language. I love getting into parsers. I love this stuff. For some reason, I really enjoy it. How are you, Nerdwaffle, on this beautiful day? Real Patty says, dare I even say it's bamboozling? Don't bamboozle me, Real Pattywhack. Only boozling, no bamboozling. Nerdwaffle, good morning. All right. Let's keep it going. Right side addition. So now right side subtraction. And these are some terrible names. And this is why I should put this in a couple separate files, actually, because the relation, there's just too much going on in this one file. It's a mess. This file's a mess. This would be a subtraction expression. We just got to change this to an I expression. Okay. So our right side add expression parses a symbol, and then optional mini, the factor expression, and then potentially an additional one. This shouldn't be right side multiplication, it should be right side addition, and then right side subtraction. Those are the two things it could be. And we don't need this here anymore. Nice. We can get rid of that. So add sub gives an optional right side addition, right side subtraction, and then those inherently also have an additional one there. I think that's all we have to do on this. Let's run our test, see what we broke. Tommy says, sorry, I just dropped off early. No worries, Tommy. You never have to apologize for dropping off or lurking or recording or whatever you do. We're here for a good time, my friend. And if you need to take a break to do you can do that. But just remember, you are always welcome back. Editing time, welcome to editing mode. Editing videos, I always, is semi-stressful for me. Okay, almost all of our tests pass. The only one that's not passing is this one, and my guess is it's going the wrong direction. My guess is we're going the wrong direction, which is what my fear was, is that our evaluation will be from left to right. Let's add a breakpoint in here to see what our eval is getting us. And if we hover over this, we'll see that we got value 3, but was expected 3, but was 70. That's interesting. That's not what I'd expect at all. A value was 3, but was 70. Anyway, let's take a look at, let's put a breakpoint in here and see what it's going to give us back. Tommy Luco says, well, at some point I want to quit my job, do freelance coding plus videos plus poker to make a living. Online poker was a fun experience for me. I did really well with it, but it's just the ups and downs of online poker is a little bit too much for me to handle. It's not the right personality. I don't have the right personality type for it. But doing analysis of hands is super important. You used to play professionally in person or online? Once my wife gets EU citizenship granted, and I stopped as I met my wife. Gotcha. 90% online. Yeah, I've done really well with in-person poker tournaments, which is very different than, as you know, a lot of people don't realize that tournament poker is so, like, the way you play tournament poker is so different than the way you play table games poker. And I did really well playing table games. I play online cash games and around 800 hands an hour. That's a lot of hands. I loved doing tournaments when I lived in New England. That was super fun. Table games, Like if you want to be professional, I guess you got to do table games. It's just too stressful for me. I have severe ADHD. I can't play tourneys. Oh man, tourneys are the way to go because not necessarily in my mind, they're the way to go. I love, and that's just me saying it because I love tournaments. All right, so let's see what this, can I get this? I don't want to view binary. I just want to copy. Is there a way to copy as expression? Copy value. There we go. I just want to be able to see what the output of this is here. What is the expression that we're getting back? Division expression. And the left side, I think we're doing the reverse I want. Left is this, and right is an internal expression. Let me do multi-line. I haven't done multi-line comments. I typically don't do multi-line comments in a while. And then our left side internally is this, and this kind of makes sense. So the question is, when we do division, do we expect left to right or right to left? Because I think it's doing right to left on this. Yeah, because it cannot evaluate. It says it's the 5 divided by 2. Is that what we want? Tommy Luke says, in general, it's easier to be profitable or at least not losing in multi-table tournaments. As a general, crowd plays worse in multi-table tournaments. With just a bit of learning, you can be profitable. Cash games need more studying overall to not lose money in the long run. Yeah, so I always felt like a lot of people try and play table, like tournament games, and multi-table tournaments are the ones I'm talking to, not just like a sit and go. So the sit and go tournaments aren't as fun for me. I like the long game of like the strategy of building up your stack and working your way through from table to table. When you're on a bubble, there's just like different ways to play. And I've taken first place twice, and a couple, and I've placed many times in tournaments in the top 10, and you can just make a great amount of money, but the endurance is the other thing. So the multi-table tournaments take a whole day to get through. In a few weeks, Tommy says, once my work is less stressful, I'll probably stream me building my bankroll. Nice. That would be fun. Goal is $80 to $800 in 1 month. Nice. Is it legal? So I know in the United States, online poker is not legal. Or I don't know the exact rules, but it's difficult to get it in there. So I'm curious for you what that is. So my question is, what does division do in C#? Let's open up a C# interpreter. It depends on the state. Gotcha. Let's create. It's legal in some places. It depends on whether it's considered online gambling, right? Did that not open up? All right, let's stop this. I gotta stop this. Okay, so the evaluated expression was wrong, or not what I expected. Let's see what is we do here. Int x equals, what is the behavior of this? Is it left to right or right to left? Console.write line x 3. Okay, so it is left to right. So I have this interesting dilemma in which I actually have to take this. The expression needs to be pulled into the right side instead. So I just gotta think my way through this real quick. Tony says, and here in Ireland, it's all legal and tax-free. The tax-free part's insane. That's amazing. For example, Michigan, it's legal. Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and Nevada, it's also legal. Interesting. Yeah, I haven't lived in any of those states. So when it became illegal, I sort of stopped doing online poker, and which is fine. I'm not cut out for the like table game. I would love to be able to do tournaments online, but in New England, in person, that like casino multi-table tournaments was awesome. Real Pedok says, I think it has to be under the providence of one of the tribal governments here in Oklahoma, but it is technically legal. Gotcha. Okay, so that would be the expected behavior. So this needs to parse out to left and then the right. What is this? What is this? The abstract syntax tree of this actually do? The left side should be a division expression. Division expression of a division. Yeah. So it's interesting here. So the parentheses, the way the parentheses should get added in are like this, which is not an intuitive way to parse it in my mind. So the question is, do we just leave that behavior of it evaluates from right to left? And so maybe in our language we just say, well, it evaluates from right to left rather than left to right. Formal Goose Foundation, a fellow Dev Daddian. That's correct. I am a fellow Dev Daddian. Formal Goose Foundation, how are you on this beautiful day, my friend? Welcome back. Welcome aboard. Last time, I know maybe not last time, but you were working on a Twitch bot at one point. How's your Twitch bot coming? Did you ever finish it? Tommy says, and in the local scene of the rake was $20 an hour on a 10 to 20 table. Gotcha. Ayo Fisher saying hello to the Formal Goose Foundation. Ayo Fisher, nice to see you here on this beautiful day. Formal Goose says you've not been using it. Well, I don't think you ever shared it specifically. Wait, no, I have not been using it. I have not been using your Twitch bot. Do you have a link you can share with us? I'll check. I'm like, no, I haven't. I didn't know I could. I didn't know that was an option. No one ever told me. I handed it over to our boy and he's using it on his stream. To the Dev Dad? That's super cool. That's super cool. I use Firebot. Yeah, I had no idea. That's awesome. We're so close here. He's taking it over. Gotcha. Really cool. So I'm wondering if there's an easy way. What are we learning today? Great question. You want to get involved. Great question. We are implementing a interpreted language. So, we like to do something new here every week or two on the Captain Coders Academy. And this week we are working on a project. So that was suggested by 100 Acres. 100 Acres says, create the captain's language or a coding language for yourself student to see how it is done and try it out. So wanting to see how you might implement a programming language. So we are implementing a programming language called DiceLang++, which is it's going to be like a functional programming language that happens to have dice notation as a primitive data type. So dice notation is going to be a primitive data type in this programming language. So you could do something like 3 plus 5 minus 7 plus 3d6, and this is evaluated as three six-sided dice being rolled. So essentially randomness is built in to a numeric type like this. And so this is sort of inspired. I did a dice language extension for streams. I did a dice language extension for strings in C#, but now this is like, oh, let's write a functional language in it. Looks like you need numerical conversion. I don't know if I need a numerical conversion. I don't know if that's true. Although I'm not familiar with numerical conversion, because this is going to be our own programming language, numerical conversion, C#. I'm assuming numerical conversion. To build on. I'm saying building. I'm saying building on, creating an numerical conversion. Gotcha. Interesting. So that way you can make the dice roller thing there. Real Patter says, sorry, I feel like I may have asked this question, but does the dice roll happen at interpret time or at runtime? It happens at runtime, but in this example, it happens when it's evaluated. So if we did something like let x equal 3d6, when you run this program, x will become a constant. X is evaluated and has a single value. So then if I do let y equals x plus x, x will be the same value. So it's after we do 3d6, when it's evaluated, it gets determined. So in a function form here, 3d6 is going to be evaluated each time this function is called. I hope that makes sense. So after the AST is built, yes. Exactly. Real Paradox says this is similar to if you did var x equals random.next. Yes, exactly. That's exactly right. So it's at evaluation time, at runtime, it gets determined. This, we're working, but the order of division, I want this to be the opposite direction. So I want it to evaluate from left to right. Right now it's evaluating from right to left. And so I think all I need to do to fix that is my constructor here. When I do right side factor, constructor of I need to go left to right. This should accept my left side. And then the constructor should take the optional mini on that side, and then this should be the new factor. I think this will change the order in which it's evaluated, because I want it to be from left to right. So we take the left side that's coming in factor expression, and then, okay, I think this will change it. So parse right side operator, and then there's this other one. Let's see what that does. Interesting. I would introduce an optional param for order. Well, I want it to, when I parse this thing, this should evaluate from left to right. So this is the parser. We're trying to figure out how the parser does it from left to right. Right now it evaluates from right to left. So the implicit, yeah. So all the time. So in C sharp, if we do this, 210 divided by 7 divided by 5 divided by 2, it always goes from left to right. And so when we parse it, I want it to always go from left to right rather than from right to left. So this is the parser, how it builds the abstract syntax tree. Should be well defined, and I want it to be from left to right. Royal C-Dub Gaming, welcome aboard, my friend. Welcome back. Folks, do you guys know Royal C-Dub Gaming? Royal C-Dub Gaming is a fabulous Royal C-Dub Gaming. Is a fabulous aspiring indie game developer, 3D artist, and flight simulator champion. Does a variety of streams. You can check him out. Check him out. Give him some love, folks. If you want to see someone working on some game dev, doing some 3D development in Blender, working in Unreal Engine, it's good stuff over there. But yes, it should, in my mind, Formal Goose, it should always be from left to right of this. You could, and the reason it's not is our abstract syntax tree. You could do it the other way, but you'd have to implicitly put parentheses to get it to go the other way. So I'm curious if this change I made fixes this, or if I get, do I have an infinite recursion now? Looks like I have an infinite recursion. We get a failure here. What was my expected? Got an expected value of 0 now. So something didn't quite work. Let me do a step through. Let me go back in time. Let me undo what I did here. And we got to go back in time to see. I'm going to step through and see what I'm doing wrong here. So I'm going to get rid of these optional. I don't need to specify that anymore. My right side factor. So it really doesn't matter for most things, but division, it matters. The order is important here on division. Let me put a breakpoint in here. And we're gonna look at the parse. We're gonna look at the parse here. Oh, it's not gonna let me parse. It's not gonna let me step inside of that, is it? We're gonna find out. Ooh. Are parsers really hard to debug? Oh, that's going to be really hard to debug, isn't it? Yeah, because you can't step through the link stuff like this, I don't think. That's right, Real CW, we got a giveaway going on. Folks, if you want to win yourself your very own Captain Coder hologram, laser engraved Captain Coder hologram, all you gotta do is join the Discord, click that little ta-da reaction, and you'll be entered to win when we do the giveaway at the end of the week, folks. Last week, Retinator won a beautiful Captain Coder laser engraved tumbler. We're giving away a Captain Coder laser engraved hologram this week. So make sure, don't click this one. Don't click this one. Make sure you click in this one up here, the one up above. I see people reacting to this one. You want to make sure you react to this post here. There's a little confusion there. Oh no. Oh no. Maybe I need to fix that. That's a little problem. We'll fix that later. I gotta fix it in post. Okay. So right side factor operator. When we do this parse, the left side that's coming in needs to, the left side, yeah, thanks again, really looking forward to receiving it. Retinator, I'm so happy you won, my friend. I'm glad you've been enjoying your time here, and congratulations again, Retinator, for winning. We'll be shipping it out on Tuesday. On Tuesday, I'm going to be heading out to the post office. There's a couple other things I got to ship out, including some winners of Captain Coder socks, their very own Captain Coder socks, which are guaranteed to give you up to 3% bonus coding powers. Boost your coding ability by up to 3%. Okay. What am I doing wrong here? Gonna have to break this down out of, I don't think, all right, I'm 9% sure I can't do the links in text here. It's going the wrong way. Constructor needs to go from right to left. So my right, what does right side multiplication do? It takes in the thing that we want to be on our left side, which we're saying is our factor expression. So our left side, and the constructor right side multiplication, I thought that switching this would work. So we take in, this making the factor was the thing we parsed. Okay, one sec, op. This will be times. And then factor here would be like 5 times 7. And so we have left side here, and so up above we have the left side coming in, which might be 2, and we'll go with division here. And so when I do the construction, I want it to be the factor expression with the left side coming in. With the left side coming into that. Optional mini should be the factor. So if there is no right side, this is sort of the extra star at the end. This is the extra, like if there's additional multiplications or divisions that come after. There's something wrong with my logic here. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. This factor expression, let's look at the factor expression real quick. Is an add sub expression or a numeric expression? Okay, so it can be an additional expression or a numeric expression with parentheses. Okay. The right side factor. HT Kage, welcome back, my friend. HT Kage says, sup, Captain. Sup, Kage? It's nice to see you, my friend. I'm doing beautifully well today. How are you on this beautiful Sunday? We're noodling through some parsing, and we're about to say, well, maybe I want the division to go from right to left instead of from left to right. adding it and then just force person to add in parentheses. But that's not what most programming languages do. It turns out there's a few programming languages. I think C might go from right to left, actually. Or it might actually be undefined. I can't remember. But the right side, basically I want the thing that I have on my right side here, or else, so my factor, my right side, so I should factor the expression. So I really do think this should be left side here. Left side. Is that right though? Because my factor here, so there's a plus symbol and then there's a factor, and the factor can be a number or a whole additional expression. So it could just be 5. If it's just a 5 here, what do? If it's just a 5 here, we want to finish the constructor with left times right. If it happens to be I kind of want it to be like this, where it's left side and factor, and then if there's more, so it's gonna be a constructor left side, factor, and then if there's more, the left side is sort of this thing. So I think I passed this constructor in here. And then we say optional mini dot get or default constructor factor, like that. Get or else, not default, get or else. And then if this works, I can clean it up and create a constant for this, so it doesn't have to evaluate that multiple times. Although this shouldn't be that big of very expensive of an operation. Okay, I think that made sense. Folks, if you guys don't know though, HT Kage, thank you so much for being here, my friend. HT Kage is a variety streamer. Correct me if I'm wrong. Are you a variety streamer? I think I've only ever seen you doing gaming, but I've seen you doing gaming, but do you do like coding and game development as well? But I think you are a self-proclaimed speedrunner and game developer. Correct me if I'm wrong, HT Kage. I've only ever seen you do speedrunning, but I've had so much fun over there before. People, you got to check out HT Kage. If you're not already, give him some love. I do game design. I've just been playing games like gotcha. Yeah, I haven't seen you do any game design stuff, but you've done speedrunning and stuff in the past. And I watched you doing Ghosts and Goblins, and then I was on vacation for a while and I was super sick, so I haven't seen you in a bit. Let's see how we did with this. There we go. This gets it. This gets it there. This gets us there. So it evaluates from left to right. Beautiful. Folks, oh my goodness, folks, we did it today. We got ourselves a parser. Okay, there's some major refactoring I want to do in here because it's a little bit gross. But for now, we're going to do a commit. And we got those unit tests. When we do a refactor, we know whether or not we break it. Get status. We did a lot. What do we have here? Addition expression test. That's okay. Get commit. I need to break this into a couple different files. Feature implement binary arithmetic operators. I'm gonna do a push. Beautiful. We did it. Beautiful. We got arithmetic binary operators. I guess I could have marked this off much sooner because we had done that. And then we added support for parentheses. That was just part of what we wanted to do. So we finished both of these, folks, and for being here to witness this momentous occasion, everybody, 50 points each for each one of those tests. So 100 points total to all 50 of you. Thank you guys so much for being here, watching this happen, watching it all unfold here live on Captain Coder's Academy, friends. Thank you for being here. We done did it. Excellent. Necro Hamster. What a freaking great name. What a great name. Necrohamster. If you have normal VS instead of Visual Studio Code, you can probably convert link to for each and have it somewhat understandable / debuggable. Yeah, Visual Studio, folks. I use Visual Studio Code for interesting reasons, but Visual Studio is a much more powerful tool. It's a little bit more heavyweight. But it's a much more powerful tool. Necrohamster, the main reason I'm using, and you weren't asking this, but the main reason I'm using VS Code happens to be because I teach at a school. I teach at a school ages 10 to 14. VS will debug over link as I've done that before. Awesome.
Whoa.
Maybe Devro, holy moly, with the raid. Devro, welcome back, my friend. How was your stream? Welcome aboard. Yeah, so I use VS Code because the school I work at, ages 10 to 14, VS Code is the editor we use for all of our programming classes, so Python, JavaScript, etc. And we also have it's a bring your own device school. So students have, not everyone has Windows, so not everyone can have Visual Studio. Not everyone has Mac, so not everyone can use Visual Studio for Mac, and not everyone has Linux, so we can't all use, I think Writer might work on there, but also like licenses for Writer is an issue as well. I've heard fabulous things. I've used Visual Studio, which is wonderful. Shady goes, why are you doing this? Why am I doing this? We do what we must because we can. Everyone can use NeoVim on every operating system. Yeah, people can use VS Code on every operating system, but no one asked me the question here. I'm just explaining why I have it. And so because my students use it, this is something that I have learned and I'm learning to understand the pain points so that I can explain stuff to my students from this perspective. But yeah, so happy to have you here, Necrohamster. Welcome aboard. And Devro, thank you so much for the raid. Folks, if you're not following Devro, incredible indie game developer, talented 3D artist, beautiful stuff going on over there. Devro will even teach you. Insults in German. He'll teach you how to say insults in German. So you got to go check out that stream, folks. The beautiful stuff going on over there. Thank you so much for that. So what are we doing here on Captain Coders? Why are we writing our own programming language is a question. Writing a simple interpreted programming language, because we do something new. We try and learn something new every week here at Captain Coders Academy. On the suggested projects forum, 100 Acres said, can we, Captain, I'd like to see what the process is for creating a programming language. So that's what we're doing. We're creating a programming language, my friends. And the programming language we're implementing is DiceLang++. It's gonna look kind of like this. The big thing with DiceLang++ is it has support for dice notation as a primitive type. So you can specify 3d6 as anywhere you can put an integer, you can put 3d6, and it will result in a three six-sided dice being rolled, and you get that value. So that's sort of what we're going for here. Redston Pro says, yo, how are you all? I'm doing fabulous, Redston Pro. The question is, how are you? I'm doing fabulous on this beautiful morning, my friend. And I'm so sorry if I missed them. Useless Prince said everyone can use NeoVim on every OS. That's true. True woo woo. True woo woo. She just goes, also, was that a Portal reference? My goodness. My God. A Portal, what was a Portal reference? I missed it. If I said something that was a Portal reference, unintentional, but perhaps. Why not Emacs instead? I actually love myself some Emacs, but do not recommend Emacs because the learning curve is steep, and then you'll just find yourself being sad anywhere else. Redston Pro says, can I show you something, Captain? Yeah, please do, Redston. Feel free to post it on the Discord. We'll check it out. This looks like just like JavaScript. No, it doesn't look anything like JavaScript. This looks like OCaml. I think there's not going to be commas in it, semicolon. This is going to sort of, we're going to mimic OCaml syntax, I think, because it's something I kind of know how to do. And so it's going to be a functional programming language. Looks like F#. Yeah, it's going to look more like F#, I believe. But yeah, Redston Pro, please post it on the Discord and then let me know. Shady Ghost says, we do what we must because we can. Oh, that was absolutely a Portal reference. Yes, you are correct. That was a Portal reference. We also got a new member, RSol513A. RSol. I'm gonna, Saul, I'm gonna go with Saul. If I'm pronouncing it wrong, please let me know. But Saul, thank you again for following the captain today. Yeah, we've got Saul following the captain Coder, and you're welcome to the crew. Our Saul, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome aboard. Welcome to Captain Coder's Academy, my friend. Yeah. Better Call Saul. Maybe. There's no R in there, but I just got R Saul 513. Let me know if I'm pronouncing it correctly. If I pronounce your name, if anyone, folks, if I'm saying a name incorrectly, do not hesitate to ask me to pronounce it differently. Redston, thank you for posting on the Discord. Which channel should I look in? Let's see here. We got a new post, self-promotion. Let's check it out, folks. Redston Pro. I don't know side game. Let's see. I'm gonna take a look at this off screen just real quick. I trust you. I just gotta be safe. All right. Here we go. This looks at and it's YouTube won't play for me. It's really annoying. Oh, maybe it will. Here we go. What am I looking at, Redston? What are we working on here? And thank you so much for sharing, Redston. Oh, sorry, let me shrink this out. What are we watching? It doesn't like, let's see here. I'm gonna speed it up if that's okay. Speed up 1.75. Oh, is this part of your game where this is your game where you get to build, are you building a car here? Tell us more about what's going on here. Thank you so much for sharing this. This looks awesome. I don't know side game. Ooh, look at that go. Is it a spaceship or is it a car? Thank you for sharing. This looks really cool. Is this in Unity? It looks kind of like Unity. Oh, Kokargi was saying the let part looks like JavaScript. Is that what you were saying? Yeah, so I'm sort of going for OCaml-esque. I'm going for functional language. I haven't written in Rust, so I haven't used Rust before. Necrohamster, it does look like F# a little bit. And the reason F# and OCaml and Rust and Haskell and all these things sort of look similar is because they're all functional programming language, so it's sort of like the style of doing programming without variables, essentially. Yeah. So thank you, Redston Pro. Thank you for sharing this, my friend. Functional, so good. It feels functional, so good. I like that. It's almost like it feels so good. Function greater than OOP, maybe. It depends. I think there's our use cases, but yeah, we just finished implementing an arithmetic section. There's one last parser I want to do. Do I need to, or do I just have add sub-expression? Okay, so now we don't have variables or anything yet. You came at a great time. We just finished adding in arithmetic operators, parentheses. We're gonna add a very simple REPL now. So we're gonna add in a little thing that'll let us type in expressions and it's gonna tell us whether or not it can do it. Real Pedoc says, I know Rust was very heavily inspired by OCaml, so that's why it looks familiar. Gotcha. I need to use some Rust. Oh, you put the wrong thing. Yeah, post it again. Post something new. Where did you, yeah, when you post it, let me know. And when you post it, let me know. And we'll take a look, Redston. So now we have this committed. I want to write a little REPL for it over here. All right, so we're gonna write a little REPL for it. We're gonna have a little program here that basically gonna say welcome to, this would say Diceling ++ version 0.0.0. Nothing works. Be careful. All right, nothing works. Be careful. Like this. Redston says done. Let's take a look. Redston, thank you for sharing a bit. Let's go. Copy message. Let's see if I can do this real quick. Functional is greater than whatever nonsense C++ and Java try to push. Maybe. I think same game, but the camera and textures. Gotcha. Looks awesome. Are you going to add in, so in this, it looks like you have X and Z axis moving. Are you going to add in up and down pivot so you can fly up and down if it's a ship? And it's totally fine if the answer is no. I was just curious. Was the stream off? Did the stream die, folks? I'm sorry if the stream died. So we're just going to add a really simple, what is REPL? Real quick, folks. Question of the day. What does REPL is an acronym? What does REPL stand for? What does REPL? I'm so sorry. Yeah, sometimes it's because of the video. Sometimes the videos have a little bit of issues. It did for a few seconds. I'm glad we're back. I didn't even notice. Usually I notice when it dies, so I apologize for that. Question of the day, though. We had a little leg spike. Johnny Jim Joe. What a great name. Johnny Jim Joe. What a great name. I say welcome to the chat. All right. Question of the day, folks. What does REPL stand for? You might have heard REPL before. REPL. R-E-P-L. Come on, folks. I believe in you. No Googling. No Googling. Dig deep. Look inside your soul and ask the question. What do I think? I've seen the word REPL before. What does it mean? What does REPL mean? Read, evaluate, print, loop. Yes, it's a read, evaluate, print, loop. So that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna add a loop while true. Well, true, woo woo. Well, true. Hang on. Bool, true, woo. Woo equals true. Perfect. So while true woo woo. While true woo woo. We're gonna read, we're gonna eval, and we're gonna print loop. All right, so we have our loop, that's the loop. And so we gotta do a read. So we're gonna do a read. Show string input equals. What are we gonna do in equals here for? This is gonna be console.readline, like that. And I'm gonna put an exclamation point. Say, give me, I promise. I'm just gonna assume this isn't null. We're gonna read, we're gonna evaluate. So we have to use our Captain Coder. Before we read X, I'm gonna do write line, console.writeline. Oh, just regular write. We're gonna do the little thing where we put a little terminal symbol there. And on the left side, we can call it diceling ++. Oh, we're gonna be so cute. Look how cute we're gonna be with our diceling ++ there. We're gonna read it in. We're gonna use our parser to interpret it, and then we're gonna evaluate using Captain Coder.diceling, folks. Captain Coder.diceling. We're gonna do a parse on it. We might have to also do sprack. Do I need sprack on this? Might just need to add in a method that says like parse. Yeah, I think I need one more thing here. Public static bool try parse. And this is gonna try and parse in a string input, and then it's gonna do an out here. If we're successfully parse it, it's gonna do an out here of an I expression, parsed expert, and we're just gonna try and parse this. So we're gonna do, for now, it's all we have are arithmetic expressions. So we're gonna do arithmetic expression dot parse, or try parse. Parsed expression, and this is input. We're gonna try and parse it, and this returns an I result. So I result of our I expression result like this, and we're gonna say if result dot was successful. We're gonna say if it wasn't successful, we're gonna return false. Probably not super helpful. Maybe we should just return a whole I result. I'm not sure. Let me think about this. I think we need to have our own result type so we can have like the information about what went wrong with the parse. All right, so this is actually going to return an I result, I expression. At which point, really, this is a little bit dumb. And we should probably just go directly to the arithmetic expression, since we're gonna have sprack in our other project anyway. Redstone Pro says, Captain, will you ever try Godot? You missed it, Redstone Pro. We tried Godot the other day. We wrote a Minesweeper game in Godot on Thursday. We actually implemented a Minesweeper game in Godot on Thursday. It was a fun experience. Yeah, if you want to catch it out, folks, we have an archive. In the archive, the Captain Coder archive. We'll be doing Godot more this summer, Redstone. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it enough that we'll be doing it some more. We actually did, if we go to our playlist, we actually did Minesweeper a bunch of different ways. Mono Sweeper is what I called it, because we started out with Mono Sweeper. But we did Minesweeper, we did a console version of Minesweeper, did a mono game version, we did SML, and then we did Godot. So we implemented a Godot version of Minesweeper, and if we hop, let's see if we can find, there's a lot of me talking here. It did end up crashing at the end of the day, which was weird, but we did implement it in Godot there. So if you want to go check out that stream, you can. It's a long stream though, it's 3 hours, but if you want to see me struggle my way through some Godot, you can. There's also a VOD for the stream on Twitch. For now there is. But yeah, Redston, we will be doing some more Godot. Are you a Godot programmer? I thought you did mostly Unity stuff. Okay. So at this point, this feels dumb to have this. I really need to break this into separate files. We're just gonna actually use Sprack in our other library, in our program here. And we'll probably clean that up. Sprack, okay, cool. Sprack is available here, I think. That's fascinating that Sprack is available here at all. I don't think this is true. CD Captain Coder dicelang.repl. I bet this is gonna yell at me. It's gonna say like there isn't actually Sprack here. Is it gonna have Sprack? Okay, it has Sprack. All right, cool. Are you a fellow Gododer? Ex Loofly Godot. Redson, I don't quite understand that. I'm a Godoer. All my games are made in Godot. Oh, cool, awesome. For some reason, I thought you were doing them in Unity. Your 3D stuff looks fantastic. My only real complaint about Godot was that, what was my complaint about Godot? It seems that it's gonna be at least I was doing C#. I loved that I had a lot of control over how I was using C# in Godot, so I wasn't stuck. On C#9, whatever, Unity version 1. I didn't have to do any hacks to do it. If I wanted to use .NET 7, I could specify, we want to use .NET, I want to use the alpha .NET 8 features, let's do it. I could do that, and that was cool. The one thing that was annoying was that the web build that I eventually ended up doing was I ran it against a profile and it's super inefficient. So compared to Unity, the builds are far less efficient. No, I don't ever plan on using GDScript. Maybe if someone really, really wanted me to. I'm not a fan, dislike is the wrong word. I'm not a fan of languages that are dynamically typed. I use C#. Okay. So we got dicelang++ here, the input, and then we're gonna do our parsers.arithmetic expression.try_parse on our input, like that. It's so good. People think Python's so good too. So it's to each their own. I think C# is so good. It's so tasty. C# is a tasty little morsel for me. That said, it's hard to appreciate how much I love C#. You basically can, Redstone Pro. You basically can use GDScript. It's called Python. White to Death assembly, maybe. White Death 2N says assembly is the way to go. I try to avoid writing in assembly. I've written in assembly. When you're doing embedded systems, you often have to. I used to work on a Java compiler, and then I was writing lots of assembly then. It says, we all have our own taste in programming. Exactly. Why don't you I'm surprised you don't like Python, but you like GDScript. GDScript is essentially a superset of Python. Well, the beautiful part, Pattywax says, about the Godot engine is that you can use it to make non-game... You can use Unity to make non-game applications as well. Unity is actually designed specifically to make non-game applications. Just happens that a bunch of game engine stuff was added to it later on. I know I actually have helped a company... I know several companies that do virtual reality stuff with Unity that's not game stuff, and also just like applications. Anyway, that said, I don't know enough about GDScript to say whether or not it actually is a subset of Python. What I will tell you is that when you compile your programs, including the C# ones, it compiles a big chunk of it as a Python program, and that was interesting. Too many libraries in Python, and I have nothing to do with it. Interesting. White Death says, we used assembly in our school for 2 years and I accept its existence, but nowadays I can't wrap my head around it anymore. Interesting. Which version of assembly was it? X86 assembly? There's several different what would you call instruction sets. There are a lot of different libraries in Python. That's, I think, what people like about it. You can get stuff done really quick in it. This should be an I result of an I expression result. And we're gonna say if result dot was successful, then we want to sort of print this thing out. Oh, I don't have a toString on my, I need a nice way to print out the results on these. Result was successful. Result dot value dot evaluate value equals, and for now I guess we can do console dot writeLine value, but really I want like I needed like a pretty value needs to have like a dot pretty print on it. Else if it wasn't successful, we'll do a console dot error dot writeLine failed to parse, and then we'll give out the result dot failed to parse result dot message, the error message, console dot error dot writeLine message. Let's see what this looks like. We might have ourselves a little REPL here. .NET build. See in the chat we said, Devro, all right, food time, catch you somewhere, probably at a shore after Nat or something. That's right, Devro. I hope you saved me again from my voyages in nap time on Twitch. Have yourself a beautiful lunch, Devro. Red says, yeah, I don't get beaten up for saying I don't like Python. Yeah, that's fine. White Death says, to be honest, after 14 years, I do not remember the version and Python errors don't make sense. That's interesting, Redston. They might just not make sense if you haven't used it enough. It's so interesting that you don't like Python, but you like GD script. It's so interesting to me. Royku, lovely meows for all. Royku, thank you for the lovely meows. All right, folks, we got ourselves a redevelop print loop. By type banana, failed to parse unexpected B. All right, that's fair, that's true. Let's try 5. Results in an int value 5. 5 plus 7, get 12. 3d6, 3d6 plus 17. 1d6 plus 2d4 plus 7. All right, folks, we can do it. The up arrow doesn't do anything. That'd be nice to add in a little feature to where it'll like cycle through your pass commands. We got ourselves a dumb little interpreter here. You'll notice something that, let me add in some colors. We're gonna add in some colors to make it a little bit nicer. I want to do, I'm gonna add a little thing here. This is better at counting than ChatGPT. Yeah. Void display prompt. So display prompt. We'll do what we're gonna say is display prompt. And display prompt is gonna do console.foreground color equals console color dark yellow. Then we'll do a write dicelang console.foreground color equals console color dot green or magenta. We'll go with dark red. Console dot write plus, and then we'll do a console dot reset color, because this is me being nutty. Console dot write. Look at this. This is gonna be beautiful, folks. It's gonna be beautiful. And then we're gonna add in a .NET a clear at the beginning of console dot clear. Maybe we shouldn't add any clear. I don't know. I like the clear. .NET run. You love the built-in error. That's fair. That's fair. All right, so we got dicelang plus, folks. Lua seems cool. I've used Lua. It's all right. Again, it's a language that is dynamically typed. Not a fan. For what it's worth, dicelang is dynamically typed. It's just easier to write. 3d6, 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 3d6. So we have a little interpreter here. I'm loving it. I want to add in a pretty print. I want to add in a pretty print so that our values will look a little prettier to these. Let's go over here to our evaluate Our I value, I want to do a public string pretty print. So if you're a value, you need to know how to print yourself. And so public string pretty print for our int value here is going to be just value dot toString. So we'll get a pretty printed value on it. And so everything that's a value will have to be pretty printed. So when we get down to trues and falses, we'll be able to do that. So when we evaluate this, instead of doing value, we'll do dot pretty print to get the string out. And now when we run this, we can get some stuff. What's interesting is I want to eventually make the value type of like a 3D6 explain, have a thing that will tell you, like, give you all of the dice rolls and the sum out. We don't have that right now, but 3D6 plus 5. 3D6 plus 5. It's beautiful, folks. I love it. I love it. Redson Pro says, I tried using Bevy. I've never heard of Bevy. I couldn't even download it. I'm not even sure what Bevy is. All right, folks, we did it. We did it. We got ourselves a little REPL here. Let's do a get status. Come up a level, get add, get commit -m. The way I did it for the dice roller one, yeah, so we're gonna do that. We're gonna add in a little thing here. The question is, do I make that the default pretty print of it, or do I make it so that there's a function? So my idea is there might be a function or a property that you use that will tell you more about it. So feat, really this is a short feat, implement basic REPL for DiceLang++. We're gonna push that up, folks. And you were here, you saw it here first. Very simple REPL. We done defined it. We done defined a very simple REPL. Fabulous, folks. And for being here to witness this momentous occasion, you know, you're gonna get 50 points, friends. All 60 points for being here to witness this momentous occasion. One for each case. Dramok says, yeah, so in the language itself, I'm thinking that, oh, wrong folder. Dice, this should be in our CD Captain Coder DiceLang.REPL. I'm thinking we need to do a thing in here where you would have a result be like explain 3D6. But more specifically, you'd have you'd do something like let x equals 3D6. And then you have a variable x. And when you look at x, it's just gonna show you a number. But if you wrapped it with an explain x, then explain would give you the whole message back out. So every value type has an explanation on how it was calculated. And I think that will be important. Of course, that's not implemented yet, so we have some issues here in that regard. But I think that is how the language will work, is we'll have a built-in function called explain that breaks it down for you. So our value types have to have sort of this sort of quote unquote stack on how they get there. Real Pettywhack says, yeah, you got to download Rust and then include it in your cargo.2ml. Rusty Godot, Royku says, Rusty Godot. Rusty Godot, I love it. Let's see here. Real Pettywhack says, not like Godot at all, ECS based, gotcha. Redston Pro says, yay money. I'm not sure exactly what we're doing here, but sure. Yay money. Yay money. Yay money indeed. Everyone loves some money. Maybe not everyone. Some people don't like money. I often don't like how money's used. Nameless Chris says, this seems really cool. I'm glad you think so. I'm really excited about this. But real quick, we're gonna do a little bit of self-promo here, folks. A little bit of self-promo. So if you don't like self-promo, that's okay. But you can win yourself, folks, on the Discord. We're doing a giveaway this week. Last week, let me get the Discord open up here. We're doing a giveaway, folks. Be sure you get in on it. We're giving away this sweet Captain Coder hologram. Last week, we gave away this Captain Coder tumbler, our very own Retinator 1. Congratulations again, Retinator. But if you want your very own Captain Coder hologram, this hologram can be yours thanks to our very own MMO Pug for these amazing laser engraved gifties. You can get yourself this hologram. Look at that go. Beautiful hologram, beautiful little desk piece to remind yourself, look, this is guaranteed. If this is running, this on your desk, guaranteed if it's on your desk, up to 2% bonus coding power. And when you have it running, folks, bonus up to 17% bonus coding power. If this is on your desk running, up to 17%. Will it call it your smelly code? Look, Dramulks. I'm not saying it won't call out. It will. I'm not saying it won't call out your smelly code. I'm not saying it won't. Maybe, maybe not. Yeah, up to. No. Up to 17%. Up to 17%. Be careful. It's not exactly 17%, but up to. Guaranteed to give you up to 17% bonus coding skills. That's right. That's right. But folks, be sure to get in on that if you want to. When you get in there, make sure you click the react on the dino message here. People are clicking the reacts down here. I think that might be a little problem here. But to enter, you got to actually click this one here, and I do like that someone said cup. How do you come with the number 17%? Well, it's my favorite prime number. My favorite prime number. It just came to me in a dream. That bean water is good, folks. But yeah, be sure to get on the Discord. Get in on that giveaway. Okay. What do we got going on here? What's next? My favorite number is -2. We wanted to add in a bool data type. Okay, this is going to be a little bit tricky as well. So we're going to add in a Boolean data type. I don't think we're going to make it to 5, but bool data type shouldn't be too hard to add. It was revealed to me in a vision. Yes, in a deep vision. Oh, I'm typing on my screen and I have the screen on. White that says, but the 37 is the best prime number according to Sheldon Lee Cooper. I didn't say 17 was the best. I just said it was my favorite. But you know, 37 could very well be the best. Brought to us by Sheldon, you know, the one and only Sheldon, folks. Sheldon Cooper, world famous physicist, inventor of rock, paper, scissors, lizard, Spock, if I'm correct. All right. Yeah, if you've never played rock, paper, scissors, lizard, Spock, you're missing out. You're missing out, folks. Let's see here. Can we add in some bools? We gotta add in a bool type. So let's come over to, I really got it. This is getting gross. I'm gonna do some refactoring off screen. Expressions here. So we have our values. We have an int value. Okay. So now we have to do a public record bool value, int, and this is gonna be a bool value. It's gonna be an expression as well as an I value. And this is gonna be interesting because this is where things are gonna start getting a little bit different. We're gonna implement this interface. We can implement that interface. All right. And when we evaluate this, we're just gonna return ourselves like this. When we pretty print, we are gonna do value.toString, and I might change this. I think the toString for bools in C# capitalize it, and I don't like that at all. And a toInt is actually gonna throw an exception, and so we probably want to actually create an error monad type, a monadic error type that we can use, not a monad type, but a monadic error type. For now, I'm just gonna throw an exception saying, well, if you try and turn I'm gonna say Booleans cannot be integers in my programming language. New, and this is gonna be like a not supported exception, which isn't really what we want. So my program's gonna crash. My REPL's gonna crash. What I really want this to do is I think it needs to return a results or something, or a result that can have an error message associated with it. So if it fails, you get the error message that says like could not cast to. And now similar, our I value needs to have a bool to bool here. And so our int values in a similar way. We're gonna have a thing here that says if we try and go to a bool, it's not supported. We throw an exception. And this one's easy, the bool to bool. I don't know why I'm doing copy paste here. We do a to bool here, this returns our value for our Boolean type. So this should be a really easy way to get, why doesn't I value work? What am I missing? What am I missing here today? Oh, because it needs to return a bool. A bool. Bool. Short for George Bool. All right, bool. Okay. Christoph Harris says, I can imagine Sheldon creating that. Didn't Sheldon create that? Or did Sheldon just talk about it? Damus Cutter says, welcome back to Thindle. Thindle, welcome back, my friend. Folks, did you know Thindle? Thindle is also a streamer. Incredible streamer. Actually, I don't know if I've seen you stream yet, Thindle. I've been looking forward to it, but I just haven't seen it yet. Maybe have I been in your stream? Do you know? Shout out to Thindle, folks, but friend of the channel, we want to check it out. go ahead and click that little heart, folks. Click that little heart. Give them some love. Check out some Thindle. I'm not sure if I've been in your stream yet. I think you don't stream super often, and I think I may be teaching typically. Thindle says, should the bull in itself really handle the error on the caller throw it? Shouldn't the bull throw the exception and the caller handle it? This is actually part of, I shouldn't be throwing exceptions I shouldn't be throwing C# exceptions in my language. So that's the difference here. This is an I expression and it says like, how should I do a thing in my language? So this is throwing a C# exception. So this is what I'm saying. I need to have like some sort of, this is what I call it, a monetic error type in my language, so that when I do see an error, that the error comes through as part of the language, as a language feature, rather than a C# crash, a C# exception. I hope that makes sense. Yeah, Thindle, I want to check. I want to be there. I want to be there. You be there or be square. And I'm tired of being a square, folks. I need to get round. I mean, I am pretty round. You know, if you've seen my body when I stretch, I am pretty round. But you know, that's okay. That's okay. It's okay to be round. I'd like to be, you know. Anyway, I'm gonna stop. Ramble. Stop. Okay, here we go. We have our bool value, and so now we need to add a parser for our bool. So we have our bool values in here. They cannot be part of arithmetic expression. So essentially, if I add in a bool, it's like the only thing we do. Round is also a shape. Yeah, round is a shape. But it's not round. Is round a shape? Is round? Put Captain through the round function. What happens if you round Captain? Oh no, I'm getting rounded into an integer. I don't know why I find that so funny. Elongated sphere, yeah, round. Well, circles are round. Number expression. So we now we're gonna have sort of like this Boolean expression. This is where the factor thing comes into play. Factor can actually be a bool, and let's look at let's look here. Do they even have bools in this language? They don't. So let me think here. So factor expression. Okay, so we need like a top level, just like generic expression. So maybe a dice-lang expression. But up here, we're gonna add in a parser for our bool. A parser for our bool. I need to get rid of all this white space. Trim. It's gonna be our bool value parser. Again, we trim all this stuff. And we're gonna trim parse.string, the word true, or parse.string false. So we're basically gonna parse true or false here. And then we're gonna do a thing where we convert that into a new bool value. And the bool value is gonna be value is equal to true. Value is equal to the true. I think we can just do that. And this should be a bool value. I guess I could put just expression there, but it should be a bool value. Okay, so we can parse a bool value. The unintended reference comparison, what is the return type of this actually? String, an IEnumerable char. All right, an IEnumerable char. So this should be a string dot join on value is equal to the word true. All right, I think this will maybe work here. Dino says, I've had writing a sales offer on my schedule for 2 weeks. I've been dreading it and pushing it ahead of me. Just keep pushing it down. Push it away. White Death says, let us get to the bottom. What is round defined as, and work it out further from there. Look, is it really worth our time to know what round is? All I know is a square. A square is not round. Unless you round the corners, then it's a rounded square. But just square by itself is not it. If you have a rounded square. Is a rounded square round, or is it a square now, or just the corners rounded? I don't know. I don't know. Thindle says, now today it really had to be done, so I sat down and powered through it. It took me 45 minutes. Well, that doesn't sound too bad. It sounds like my taxes. Sounds like my taxes. So I have to do quarterly taxes, and I don't want to do it. And I push, and then I do it. And I'm like, well, that wasn't too bad. It's not a pleasant experience, but you get it done, and then it's done. Thindle says, created so much stress to not have it done. Sometimes being human feels a bit dumb. Look, to be human is to be dumb, I think. Rucky says, would someone think of the poor rounded triangles? The poor rounded triangles. Those poor triangles. White Death says, if we know what round is, we can sort out the stuff that is not round. Therefore, it could be okay to discuss stuff in depth once you get the other stuff done. Yeah, maybe we'll add in, maybe we should write a programming language where round is a primitive data type. Maybe we'll write it, make round a reserved keyword. In our programming language. What do you guys think of that? Okay, so I have this bool value. So I think at the top of, I need to have this sort of thing that's just like a general expression down at the bottom. We're gonna create something called, we'll move this. So again, these parsers are getting out of control a little bit. Right side arm, these are like our helper parsers. Let's make these private. I should really separate this needs this is just so gross the way I have all this stuff in here. Bool value, int value, dice group expression, from parse result. This should be broken into several different modules. It's a little bit hard to look at. Okay, so but we're gonna start out, we're gonna come back here, we're gonna say public static parser I expression, dice ling expression. All right, so a dice ling expression is basically going to do the following. We're gonna say that we're gonna trim the leading in parse.white space. So we're gonna take all .mini. We're gonna take all the white space off the front. All right, and then it's gonna be one of. Is there a one of in our parse from expression? In one of the or, I wish I need a one of thing here. We end up chaining these things together. So it's either going to be a bool value dot or an arithmetic exception, arithmetic expression. That's what it's going to be right now. And then we want to make sure we're gonna trim all the from trailing in parse.whitespace.mini. Can be as much trailing white space as we want, but then it has to end. It has to end from, and then, you know, the end in parse.end, parse end of input. That has to be it. We can't have more stuff at the end of it. Is this, let me do that? It might not let me do this. I might have to specify, there's no argument given that corresponds with the required parameter. End, does this just take in parse end of input and I give a, oh, do I wrap the whole thing in end? That's interesting. That's interesting. Okay, and then we're gonna select express, and this should just be, I'm gonna change this to exper. Expression. Thindle says, maybe I should look at doing second stream on Tuesdays, 6 to 7 p.m. GMT, is that mountain time or is that like Greenwich Standard Time? I never know. I never know what the symbols mean. G says, good day. I just got home and I'm off making dinner. G, welcome back, my friend. I'm glad I hope you're having a beautiful day. I'm glad you're home. I hope you have a beautiful, delicious dinner, my friend. And you know you're welcome here anytime. This says, seems like a good slot based on viewers / channels. Gotcha. I just do I stream when I can. That's sort of, or I have a schedule, but it's a very convenient time for me. I'd be up coding anyway, sort of how I feel. White Death says, and if you round a round data type, it gets a refined. And if you put a refined value into a process function, it becomes a jewelry data type, specific value according to the refined binary length. Ooh, I like this. I like this. We could sell this to, you know, Zales. Maybe we should get in touch with Zales. Tell them about this. We call it Zales++. That'd be the name of the language. Ricky says, thank you everyone for all this fun entertainment we're having here. You're all beautiful and glorious. Laughed at a lot of these round puns. I'm glad you're enjoying yourself, Roy, because we love having you here, folks. If you didn't know, Roiku streams occasionally. I haven't seen you stream in a while, but Roiku did incredibly well. Let's go find it. I know I can find it if I go here. Roiku made a game for the Dungeon Crawler Jam here. Dungeon Crawler Jam, let's get the results. Roiku, 16th place for this game, Mechanaut. The Dungeon Crawler DC Jam Mechanaut. Folks, you gotta check this game out. It's incredible. It's incredible. It's a little grindy, but fantastic work, Roiku. Everybody go check out some Roiku. Give him some love. Click that follow. Follow Lake Dead over on Itch. But incredible game developer, folks. You're always making some incredible stuff. And you stream often on my often on the Discord, which I love seeing you when you do that. DevDead says, still at it over here. Yeah, we gotta make a language. The game is incredible. It's so, look at it, beautiful. You got, not only that, Roiku got first place in aesthetically pleasing, first place. Fantastic. We also got a new crew member, folks. Before I continue here, I gotta give White Death a welcome. White Death, welcome White Death into the crew, folks. We got White Death in the crew. Thank you for following today. White Death, thank you for following. White Death, thank you so much for following, my friend. Welcome to Captain Coders Academy. So happy to have you here on this BEA beautiful Sunday. I hope you're having a beautiful day. Smab says, where did you finish? Oh, my game? I think I got, not great. Let's go look. My game was just too confusing. Submission Dungeon Crawler. I got 7th in this thing, which was good. Overall, 25th. Not terrible. If I was logged into my account, my game was just too confusing. The controls weren't good. My UX skills are terrible. She says, I have a kind of schedule now too. I'll try a 1 hour stream just before Captain streams, and then I can rate him. Of course, I only stream games, but yes, schedules are just very useful and clear your head. Absolutely. Gee, I'm glad I started doing a schedule, because for a while there, I was just sort of like streaming whenever, and that was just like a little bit chaotic. But folks, give G a follow. G always streams some fun, interesting game stuff. Give him some love. Whitey said, not the worst music. We have to endure today. Poor Dev was sent to Poca prison, and he was stuck there half an hour. Yeah, White Dev, White Death, so sorry if my singing is disturbing. I do my best, but I'm so happy to have you here, my friend. Brooke says, theme rating is really good. Mine was 50 overall. I think my game could have been so much better if I was just better at the UX experience. The user experience was terrible. We were really higher down below. People just didn't get the experience. So it's better. Yeah, if I was logged in, I got a lot. It's interesting. There's a lot of 5 stars, and I think there's a lot of 2 and 1 stars, and not a bunch in between. I'm surprised the audio didn't do better, because I thought the audio in this game was phenomenal. Our composer was so good. Our composer made some just incredible music. But yeah, I felt like this was a fun project to do. She says, thanks for the shout out. Of course, my friend. White Death says, no, it's not disturbing. It is better than mine. Look, we do our best. We do our best. Real Panic says, was gonna say, what'd he do? Commit Snorlax evasion from Poca prison. Not Poca, Poca prison. Okay. I would really like to get this Boolean in here. So I'm adding a generic dice-lang expression here. And the dice-lang expression is a bool or an arithmetic expression. And yeah, so get that. I don't want there to be any trailing garbage at the end though. So this will actually make it so that if there's extra stuff at the end, it still reads it. So I'm gonna do a little thing here. I think if I wrap this, and I just call this underscore dice-lang expression. And then I do a public static parser I expression. That's gonna be our dice-lang expression. And I'm gonna say is going to be our parse.end. Parse end of input. And this seems weird to me to pass this in, but I think this is what I'm supposed to do. Is this what I did before? Let me look. I've done this. I think I did this once before here for my generic dot end. Yeah, shouldn't I be able to do dot end on it? Interesting. That's what I thought I could do. If I just do dot end on it, does that work? Dot end. There we go. There we go. This is what I want. It says this forces it so that there can't be any stuff left over at the end. So you can't have an expected thing and an unexpected thing at the end. Okay, so I think with this, we should be able to get some bool values. And so let's go look at our interpreter. Oh, we got to rewrite not our interpreter, our REPL. Our REPL here needs to not do an arithmetic expression, but be a dice laying expression. All right. And DevDad, if you're still around, check this out. Check this out. This is super cool. Have you ever written if you happen to be here, DevDad, have you ever written an interpreter? This is so fun. I love doing this. At the end of the day, you have this little thing. You're like, oh, look, this is cool. Look at this little thing I did. Look, we got an interpreter here. 3 plus 7. Ooh, fancy. 10 divided by 2. We only have integer types. But the cool thing, 3d6 plus 7. 3d6 plus 7. 3d6. 3d6. We can roll 3d6. 1d6. 1d6. But I just added in a bool type. We should be able to type true, perfect, false. We don't have any operators here, but like I feel stupid when I get so excited about these little things. But yeah, we have ourselves a little programming language now, little dice notation evaluator. Dice notation evaluator. 3d6 plus 1d4 plus 1d20. 3d6 says this. So good question. DevDead, excellent question. So dice laying plus plus is a language. It's going to be a functional language that supports primitive dice notation types. This is a dice notation that says roll 3 6-sided dice and then give me the value back. So randomness is built into the numeric types here. So when I do 3d6, it rolls 3 6-sided dice and gives me the number back, 14, 3d6, 10 back. And so it lets us there's no variables in here yet. The language will have variables, support for variables, and it'll have support for functions as well. Roy Koo says the little things are most exciting things. That's why we like to create silly little technical things in our projects that the players don't necessarily get to see or understand. DevDad, thank you. I was wondering, so on the Discord, I like to do projects that people suggest on the Discord. And so this was a project that was suggested by 100 Acres. And I was like, well, what type of programming language should I do? I was going over and over and over in my head. And then I decided this would be great. I wrote Dicelang, not Dicelang plus plus. Dicelang was a little language that's an extension of strings in C# that lets you write strings and call roll on your strings to get evaluations out. And so I thought this would be a fun little way to write a little lesson on how to create a very simple programming language with arithmetic. It's gonna have Boolean. We just added Booleans. It's gonna have at the very least functions, but I think also arrays. I think it has to have arrays, and if we have time, we'll add in struct types. So like object data types, where you can define objects and not just primitive types, because it's really hard to do stuff without objects. At the end of the day, it's really hard to do stuff without structs and data type definitions. We'll see if we can get there though. It's hard to see. It's going to see what we can get done in 1 week. Warple says, I think it's Warple. It might be Warpeel. Warple says, why C# as the front end? No, Warple, don't worry. Do not apologize for being new to the stream. Warple, welcome. Welcome aboard, Warple. Why C# as the front end? That's an excellent question. It's because I've been learning C# for the last 20 months. I've been really into C#. It's the language that I'm really liking, and I teach C# at the school I work at, and I'm in the process of writing C# materials and books, and so just learning the language more and more and more. What are the libraries that come with it? The dev just said, will the language compile since there's a REPL? I'm guessing it will basically run until it finishes or errors. DevDad, good question. This is going to be an interpreted language. Another project later might be to compile it. So it turns out writing compiler is a lot more difficult. Maybe not more difficult. It's very different than writing an interpreter. And if I wanted to write a language that compiled, I think I would need to, the grammar would be very, very different. Thindle, it's not hard, it's just that it constrains your language in a very specific way. The other nice thing about doing, so something that's kind of nice about using in C# is you get C#'s garbage collector just kind of works for you in the back. Warp says, would be interesting .NET native AOT with this. Yeah, that would be really, really cool to see. What would compiling this language even mean? Compile down to assembly? Yeah, so I would, so here's what I would think for it, DevDad. If I was gonna write a compiler, I'm really interested right now in WebAssembly, so I would probably compile to WebAssembly. That said, we could choose any number of assembly language. MIPS would be a decent educational option, but for an educational purpose for me, WebAssembly I think would be really cool to do. And so we could write a little dice roller WebAssembly program, and I think that could be a really, really fun thing. But the way I'm planning on doing this language with the main issue I would run into is I want to have functions, higher order functions, and writing compilers for higher order functions is more difficult. WebAssembly and .exes are very similar. I don't think it'd be hard to do it in that way. Warple followed. You know what that means. We've got Warple in the crew. Welcome, Warple. I would like to welcome you to Captain Coder's Academy today. Yeah, we've got Warple following the Captain Coder. Welcome to the crew. Warple, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to Captain Coder's Academy, where we sort of learn and code and grow together, my friends.
Whoa.
I think no experience, only, sorry, Thindle says the problem with .exe is all the Windows interrupt you need to do the simplest thing. I've compiled to Windows executables using C. You just have to use Windows.h essentially. I would probably not do it for Windows. I would probably compile as an assembly binary that targets a Linux, like a GNU, a GNU platform. That's right, Real Pettyback. Whoa, Alpha. We've got Alpha Lola, Alpha. We got Alpha Lola. Welcome back to the chat, my friend. Oh yes, we've got Alpha, the Alpha Lola. Oh, I love that name, Alpha Lola. Welcome back. Happy Sunday, my friend. How are you on this beautiful Sunday? Warple, yes, thank you for joining the Discord, or checking out the Discord. I don't know if you joined. Folks, if you didn't know that we are doing a giveaway on the Discord, all you gotta do is check out that giveaway channel. We are giving it, Dev, did you see this? This Captain Coder hologram? Have you seen the Captain Coder hologram? Last week, we gave away the laser engraved Captain Coder tumbler to the wonderful, established, beautiful Retinator. So congratulations again, Retinator. This week, we're giving away Captain Coder laser engraved hologram desk piece. You can get your own Captain Coder. In fact, the only way to get it, you can't buy this anywhere else. You can't even buy this. There's no shop. I don't have a swag shop, folks. Get yourself this Captain Coder laser engraved holographic desk piece. Guaranteed to give you up to 17% bonus coding powers. Up to 17% bonus coding powers. All you gotta do is hop onto the Discord, click that react. Folks, make sure you click the react. I'm so sorry, folks. The picture down there is confusing people. Make sure you click the react on this one here. You gotta click the react on this one. People keep clicking this one and it's making me nervous that you're not entering to win. I think I gotta kill this. Hang on. Can I edit this post? All right. I gotta put a thing in here. Don't react to this picture. React to the post above. Because it didn't post the picture and I don't know why, and it's driving me crazy, folks. Imagine that on your desk as you code away. That's right, Dev Dad. Imagine that on your desk as you code away. You'd be, put it on your desk at work. All of your coworkers. You want to make your coworkers jealous? That's the way to do it, folks. That's the way to do it. One sec. Did we comment? We added a bool data type, folks. Folks, we got a bool data type in our language now. A bool data type folks. Add points. And for being here to witness this momentous occasion, 50 points to all 52 of you. Thank you guys so much for being here to witness this momentous occasion. Alpha Loa asks, I'm good, thanks you. How are you? How are all of you? I think I might have said I'm having real patty whack. Another whoa. Thank you so much for the whoa. Lola, I am doing absolutely fabulous. Any day I can wake up and code is a fabulous day, especially when my crew gets to join me. I love having my crew here on this beautiful day. Folks, Royker says bull dater type. The bull dater type, that's right, the bull dater type. We got it, 50 points to all of you for being here. We might be able to add in some conditional operators. I don't know if we can. I'm basically out of time. I should probably stop here. I've been going for 5 hours. It's 10 o'clock. I haven't had breakfast. I'm feeling it. When was our last break? 29 minutes ago. I do think I gotta stop. I don't want to. I want to keep going, but we gotta look out for the captain's health a little bit. Folks, I'm gonna do a little bit of promotion here, so hang tight real quick. One other thing I want to promote is the office hours on Tuesday, folks. Tuesday, we are gonna have an office hours, and during that office hours on Tuesday morning, my time local. It may be different for you. If you're on the Discord, 9:15 a.m. my local time. It'll show your time here if you're on this event. You can click up here on the event. We got an office hours coming up. In this office hours, I'm gonna start out, we're gonna give a little lesson on C# delegates. We're gonna kick it off with a little lesson on C# delegates. If you can't make it, I'll be recording that lesson. So if you can't make it, that's okay. But if you have any questions, topics, or things you would like to share with the crew, just post it on this thread, folks. Post it on the thread. Get your shot to be in here, be part of the officers. I'd love to have you here. We'll be doing that on Tuesday. So a little self-promotion there. Also, folks, I always have trouble doing a little self-promotion. We do have a coffee. If you want to support the Captain Code, you can do so on the Coffee platform. Become a part of the Bridge crew members, and crew member plus. Let's see here. Can I see? 1 sec. Don't exit streamer mode. 1 second. How do I get? Here we go. You don't get you get the warm fuzzy feelings of being a Captain Coder supporter. You can subscribe on the Discord. Look, you can be a crewmate plus. And if it'll let me scroll across here, you can be Bridge crew member. You're never necessary, but if you'd like to, you can. This gives you exclusive access to the Supporters Lounge. I'm not going to click over there because that's the secrets, all the secrets of the Supporters Lounge. And you get exclusive access to the Captain's Quarters voice chat, where you to hang out with me before my stream starts. Before the stream starts, I hang out in there. But folks, just a little bit of self-promotion. Any money made from this is actually going to be going towards the game jam coming this summer, folks. Coming this summer, we're going to be hiring tutors, mentors, people to help you learn how to code, learn how to make art, learn how to make sounds, all that good stuff. All right, I'm going to stop rambling here. Thank you guys so much for being here. Before we go, I gotta give JP Gamertech, thank you for following me. JP Gamertech, thank you for following me. Welcome to the crew, my friend. I'd like to welcome you. We've got JP Gamertech. JP Gamertech, thank you so much for the follow, my friend. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, where you happen to be. We're gonna find someone to raid, and then I gotta go eat some breakfast, folks. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. Thank you. It's been an absolute blast, absolute joy having you guys here. Let's see, who do we got? We are gonna go raid. We're gonna go raid ourselves. Who do we want to raid here? Keybind. Yeah, we're gonna go raid Keybind. Working on a VPN. We're gonna raid Keybind. Let's make sure Keybind isn't about to hop off here. Keybind's working on creating a VPN, which is amazing stuff. Let's see, Keybind's been going for, I think we'll be okay. We're gonna go raid Keybind, folks. Raid Keybind _ There we go, folks. As always, keep coding. Keep growing, be the best you can be, and you are welcome back anytime. I will be back tomorrow, 8 a.m. Eastern time. Have yourselves a beautiful day, and thank you again.